On the morning of that second day, before he went on the hunting quests with the others, Jack had also gone to visit the guard tower where he could get the faction quest. Unfortunately, there was still no nobility faction quest available. The 3 days he spent doing 3 short adventurer quests and 2 hunting quests. He had collected 9 gold coins, 163 hunter points, 105 adventurer points, and 2,265 souls. He had also sold out the trophy loots of Elemental Powder and Troll's Tooth, which he had gotten during the time he spent with Themisphere Faction's cadets. During the time he was in the Adventurers Association and Hunters Association, he checked on the exclusive item list. All the exclusive items on the Bronze Hall had been bought up. The Silver Hall ones were still available, but he didn't have enough points for any item. However, he still would not get them even if he had enough points. The way he saw it, if he kept with this pace, he could be the first person to reach the gold rank. If so, then at that time he wanted to have enough points to buy the exclusive items of that rank. He used 2,000 soul points out of the souls he had collected to further upgrade Power Strike and Swing, bringing them to level 10 and 3 respectively. With the help of the Container of Souls, he could also become the first person to max out one of the basic skills. The others could only do so by leveling up and using skill books, which were very rare to acquire. There were another 2 events to note during those days. First, he had leveled up his mage class to level 19. Second, he received a message from Scarface in his unrivaled Arcaners inbox on the second day, telling him to assemble at Crestfall Plain 2 days later. He used his unrivaled Arcaner persona and replied to Scarface that he was still in the middle of a long quest. He would be unavailable for an indeterminate future. It was not until the 3rd day that another of Themisphere Nobility Faction quest became available. It was a mission to become a security guard of a dignitary coming from another city. He came to the capital as a guest to a local nobleman to discuss trade. The mission lasted 1 day and 1 night. It was a boring mission where Jack almost completely did not do anything except following the dignitary around. It was not until the next morning when the dignitary was about to leave that something happened. A servant who was bringing the dignitary the parting gift from his master turned out to be an assassin in disguise. The only thing that made Jack aware of the servant's nefarious identity was the red in his God Eye's radar. He was confused at first when the red dot showed up, as they were still within the nobleman's residence and everything looked as it should be. It was only when the red dot was getting nearer and Jack matched the red dot's position with the incoming servant that he realized something was wrong. Jack took action just as the servant took out a hidden dagger. He shoved the dignitary aside, pushing him out of harm's way, and received the assassin's attack using his long sword. The fight didn't last long as the other guards came and apprehended the assassin. The killer had lost his chance once his ambush failed. Despite his life was saved, the dignitary was grumbling as he rose from the ground. Jack had a bad feeling hearing his grumbling. The mission ended once the dignitary left. He went to the guard tower to report the completion of his mission. He got 50 merit points for completing the mission, which requirement was only for escorting the dignitary. A bonus of 150 bonus points for foiling an assassination attempt. However, his bad feeling turned out to be correct. He was deducted 50 points for physically assaulting the dignitary. "Are you fucking kidding me?" he complained in his mind. He was only doing that to save the bugger's life. This point deduction system was driving him crazy. Total gained was 150 points, bringing his total merit point to 400 points. He was only a little bit more from becoming a baron. Unfortunately, there was no more nobility faction quest available again. He might need to wait a few more days again. He wondered what would happen when more players joined the Kingdom faction. The mission was already so scarce now, wouldn't then they had to fight each other when it happened? But probably the number of missions would scale up once more people joined. He was coming out of the noble district when a player suddenly approached him. The guy was short and wore a hooded cloak. He moved in a suspiciously sneaky way. His hooded cloak was not the rare grade though, as Jack could still inspect the guy. The fellow was a member of Death Associates. Did they seriously trying to look for trouble inside the city? Jack thought as the short guy was getting closer and closer. But instead of attacking him, the guy handed Jack an envelope. Jack was not sure what to make of it. He just stared at the hand holding the envelope. "Take it," the short guy finally uttered. "What is this?" Jack asked. "It's a message for you," the guy said. "What's the message about?" "You read it yourself." He spoke with impatience. Jack decided to stop giving the short fellow a difficult time and took the envelope. He immediately scurried away afterward. Jack looked at the envelope in his hand. What's the deal with this old-school message? What happened to the in-game message system? Oh right, the other party would not be able to contact him if they were not on his friend list. He was about to open the envelope before he suddenly thought of something and asked Penuel, "Is there a possibility that this envelope is a trap? Is there a tool that can be disguised into a piece of paper which then can be detonated from a distance?" "The hell are you talking about?" Penuel replied. "If it was that envelope, it should be all right. If it's something fishy, you should at least see rune words or some kind of inscriptions on it. I also did not feel any mana from it." "You can feel mana?" Jack said as he turned the envelope around and saw it was indeed just a plain white envelope. "It's an ability you will have to learn at some point, but not now. Still too advanced for you," Penuel said. Jack's hand went back to the envelope, and this time he didn't hesitate to tear its seal away. He then took out the piece of paper inside. There were writings inside. Jack read its contents. His expression turned grim and serious as he read. After he finished, he crushed the letter into a crumpled sheet. So that's why Scarface had asked him to assemble at Crestfall Plain. Those guys had gone out of line, he said in his mind. The letter had told him that Flame, Bowler, and the man had been captured by Death Associates. If Jack did not want his three friends to lose everything they had accumulated till now and revert back to level 1, then he was to come to Crestfall Plain within 6 hours. A coordinate was written in the letter which he could input into his map to show the position of the plain. It was a plain to the east of the capital. It was not far away from Starlight Ruin where the three guilds organized their meeting. It was also one of the turfs occupied by the coalition. It was pretty obvious that the invitation was meant for him to come so they could fight him on their term and had him killed in the wilderness. Still, there was no way for him to just abandon those three. How the hell did they even get captured? Bowler and the man, it was still conceivable for those two idiots, but how did Flame get entangled as well? Jack did not just go ahead and believe the letter. He opened his friend list and write a message to Flame. After he sent the message, he soon received a system reply that the other party was unable to receive his message. He proceeded to send messages to Bowler and the man as well, which he also received the same system reply. "There is a couple of reasons when a message can't be sent," Penuel said in his mind. "When the recipient is in a restricted area, when the recipient chooses to turn off his message receiving function, or when there is a jamming object or spells nearby the recipient which prevents him or her from receiving a message. If what the letter said is true, then they are probably held captives in a special area or are being constrained by restraining tools." "There are restraining tools?" Jack asked. "Sure. A simple rope will be enough to restrict one's movement, but they are most likely being tied by restraining rope. It was a type of rope with inscriptions on it. Apart from restricting movement, it also inhibits skill and spell activation, and also prevents you outworlders from accessing your bags." Jack thought about the situation. Apparently, his opponent knew him enough to plan this setting. They knew he would not abandon his friends, and they were arrogant enough to not asking him to come alone. It's like saying that he was free to ask for help. His opponents were a coalition of guilds. Any other party would be a fool to try to take them on. He was unsure if Silverwing would mobilize his guild to help him even if he asked for help. He opened his friend list. If there is one person who can figure a way out, it had to be this guy. Considering his dispute with the coalition, he might be able to help him. He then sent a message to said person. Jack was at Raven's Den, the tavern which he normally frequented by Bowler and the man. It took 4 hours by running for a normal level 20 warrior to reach the Crestfall Plain that was marked 3 for Jack. In other words, he had another 3 hours to prepare. It was almost an hour before the person he had sent a message to appeared before him. "It's unusual for you to actively seek me," John said as he took the seat opposite Jack. "I assume something is wrong?" John proceeded to order an ale before they begin their discussion. When the maid brought his ale over, John pointed at Jack and said, "Tabs on him." Under normal circumstances, Jack would have complained, but his concern at the moment was not on his coin expenditure. John caught his mood. He put on a serious face and asked, "What's wrong?" Jack told him about the situation. John was silent as he digested Jack's information. "What's your thought?" Jack asked. "It's easy. Just leave them be. It's not like they will really die. They can just level up again after," John said with ease. Jack frowned. He was not in the mood for jokes. "Damn it. You really are a nice person," John said. "I'm being serious about it. You can just take your revenge on them afterward in a guerrilla manner. You will have no problem taking out their members one by one, but if you go there now, you will be facing their full force. I don't think even with your special condition, you will be able to face them all." I still have to go," Jack said. There was one reason Jack was willing to take the risk. It was because of his immortal soul inherent skill. Even if he died in the coming battle, he would not lose everything. Of course, he was not going to tell John about this secret of his. John sighed. "Well, it's your funeral." The two of them went quiet for a while, before John finally broke the silence. "I might be able to cook something up that will put them in a bind, but it will take some time. You are required to arrive there at what? 4 hours from now." 5, Jack said. "I don't think it's possible for me to arrange something and go there within 5 hours," John said. "How much more time do you need?" "Maybe another 2 more horse euro or an hour at least." Jack stood up and said, "Okay. I will try to survive until then." "You really are serious, aren't you?" John said. "Well, not like I dislike that attitude of yours. It will be troublesome as a friend when you are in need, but reliable if I am the one in need. Say, if I am the one being held captive, will you come to save me as well?" "Of course," Jack told him. "You are not just saying that because you need my help at the moment now, are you?" "Of course not," Jack said, then added, "Maybe. Fine, but I'm not doing this for free. I will expect compensation," he declared. "Bro, you still owe me the coins you got from selling those recording stones. Ugh, you really drive a hard bargain. Fine, I will take your share of those selling as payment. So we are square now. Okay?" "Okay," Jack said. "One other thing," John said to him before he left. "If you really are serious about going through this, you have better stop concealing that special condition of yours." "What special condition?" Jack asked. "Your ability to use magic." "What are you talking about?" "Heh. Look at you suddenly become smart. Usually you will just ask me how do I know about it. Guess you are not falling for it anymore." "I still have no idea what you are saying," Jack insisted. In his mind, though, he did ask how the heck did this guy know. "Well, I know you are still wondering how I know. I will still tell you then. I already have my suspicion since the first time we worked together. There was this mysterious magician who cast spells from behind me, but there was no one behind me at the time except for you. At first, I thought there is an unknown magician hiding somewhere in the cave, yet there was no such person. Then I was sure when I find out that an asshole has taken the technique book body double which I have set my sight on." Oh, Jack thought in his mind. And guess what? At that time, it was still too early for someone to become a silver adventurer, and you need to be a silver adventurer to have enough points to get that book. So I asked the counter who was the first person that has become one. Guess whose name pops out? Well, I could just be getting the book for a magician friend of mine. Jack tried to make an excuse. "Are you taking me for a retard?" John said. "Well, whatever your reason. I know concealing your trump card is wise, but an unused trump card will not be functioning as a card at all. You should use your trump card at the emergency moment, and this, my friend, is that emergency moment is just what I'm saying. You decide it yourself, just try to stay alive until I arrive. If they are already gone by the time I arrive with reinforcements, I will just be making a fool of myself." Jack nodded. "I will try my best. Oh, before I forget, if your plan involves the White Scraffs as well, you should know that Death Associates has a spy within their core members." "Oh? This is interesting. I don't suppose you will tell me how you come to this piece of information." Jack shrugged. "And do you know who this spy is?" Jack shrugged again. I suppose not. All right, I will be off to make the arrangements, John said as he walked outside. In the end, he left first, Jack thought. He looked at the time. There was still around 2 hours or 1 hour at least before he had to leave. He decided to make preparation first. Luckily, he had leveled up all his weapons and armors 4 days ago. If not, he would not have enough time to do all that. He opened up his status window. He still had some saved up free attributes points and free skill points. No sense to save them any longer, as John had said. This was an emergency moment. He needed all the advantage he could secure. He threw all 4 free attribute points into Reflex, an attribute he had been neglecting all this time. He would be fighting against numerous enemies. He would need quick reaction time for that. His Reflex went up to 74. There was also a total of 16 points boost from his equipment, lifting his Reflex to 90 points. He had 4 free skill points for Warrior class and 8 free skill points for Mage class. He put the 4 free Warrior skill points into his 2 new advanced skills, 2 for Shredding Fong and 2 for Flash Step. The 8 free Mage skill points he also divided equally for Barrier and Ice Ring. He took a look at his improved skills and spells. Flash Step, level 3/20, active skill, movement. Instantly moves in a direction to a maximum distance of 2.5 meters. Create an afterimage in the original position. Cooldown, 10 seconds, stamina consumed. 10, Shredding Fong, level 320, active skill, range, required melee weapon, creates 3 giant energy fangs that traveled in 3 directions in a fan shape. Each fang deals 210% physical damage, 25% chance to cause bleed. Range, 6 meters, cooldown, 2 minutes, stamina consumed. 50, barrier, level 7 out of 20 active skill, defensive, required magic weapon, create a barrier around caster that can withstand damage of 68% from caster's maximum health point. Barrier will vanish once damage threshold is reached or duration had passed. Duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 3 minutes, mana, 50, Ice Ring, level 7/20, active skill, range, required magic weapon, deal 240% ice damage to a radius 6 meters area around caster. All enemies within the area are slowed for 10 seconds, 10% chance of enemies struck to get frozen for 2 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes, mana, 50. Now that the attribute and skill parts were done, time to gather external tools, Jack thought in his mind as he left the tavern. Jack walked into the magic scroll shop and looked around the place. His stock of scrolls from his last purchase had almost been depleted, only leaving 1 heal and 1 magic bind scroll. The storekeeper approached and asked, "Are you looking for something, sir?" "Yes. I'm looking for the chain lightning scroll." "Where do you put it?" Jack asked. "I'm sorry, sir. We have run out of stock for that scroll. Perhaps I can propose another scroll for you." Penuel chimed in. It was normal for elite spell scroll to be out of stock, especially the mid-tier elite ones like Chain Lightning. Perhaps the one you bought last time was the only one that was available in this shop. It will take a few weeks before that scroll is restocked. Then I am stuck with the low-level ones? That can also be in your best interest. Have you ever thought that those guilds might have come to purchase the magic scrolls here as well? If they have gotten their hands on the high-level spells, you won't stand a chance. You should be grateful it is still rare to get those spells at this time. That's true as well, Jack thought. After all, John had also come to purchase the Wall of Vine scrolls. The guild certainly would not be lacking in coins to purchase these scrolls. But then again, they had a greater expenditure, so they would not be spending them recklessly as well. "What AoE spells do you have here?" Jack asked the storekeeper. "AoE spells are mostly high-level ones, so we don't have many. Here are the available ones," the storekeeper said as he brought Jack to another section of the shop. "Are you thinking of spamming the spells using these magic scrolls?" Penuel asked. "What other choice do I have? I will be fighting against a crowd. Although I have done that before, I think this time will be very different. I will need firepower that deals damage in a large area. It's good that you are looking for AoE spells, but you need to know that there is a cooldown for each usage of same magic scroll. There is such limitation a euro? Hey, wait a minute, I clearly remembered when I was fighting with the 3 guilds members, I've used magic wall and chain lightning back to back. There is no cooldown restriction. Can you please listen to me more carefully? I said same magic scroll a euro. Oh euro, so I cannot spam the same spell. The same way as if you have cast the spell yourself. There will be a cooldown before you can use the scroll containing the same spell again. Then I'll just stock up on different AoE spells and use them in turn. Look at that pile of magic scrolls first before you make such comment, Penuel told him. They had arrived at the section where the storekeeper took them. Jack looked at the magic scrolls on display. Arcane Turbulence, Arcane Turbulence, Arcane Turbulence. Crap, they are all the same spell, Jack cursed in his mind. What is Arcane Turbulence spell? Jack asked. It is an AoE damage spell. It is actually a standard advanced spell that mage will acquire when they reach level 20. You are just 1 level away from getting this spell. Advanced spell? No wonder there are many stocks. Jack then turned to the storekeeper. Is there any other AoE spell available? Regretfully not at this time, the storekeeper replied apologetically. How good is this spell? Jack asked Penuel. It creates an area which deals continuous damage to all the ones within that area. It also caused disoriented to those in the area and it lasts for 10 seconds. Sound pretty good, Jack commented. Yes, just buy some, but if you want a good AoE you should go to another place. Good thing is, that place should still not be accessible to those guilds people at this time. Oh? Where is it? Remember the disruptive bombs you bought before? Penuel reminded him. Oh that. Yes, I want to buy more of them as well, but it was not my first choice because I was still shocked by how awesome the chain lightning spell was. I thought I could get my hands on that scroll again. Is there a cooldown time for those disruptive bombs? There are none, so you can spam them. They are expensive though. Almost as expensive as the chain lightning spell, while they only deal 300 magic damage. You can spam them though, Penuel said again. Alright, let's finish up here and we will go there and buy up their entire stock of disruptive bombs. Jack went to see if there was any other elite offensive spell. He went to the section where he last bought the fireball scroll. Why is there no fireball scroll at all? I remember there are still plenty of them the last time I was here, he asked the storekeeper. I'm sorry, sir. We run out of that scroll as well, the storekeeper replied. Why are you looking for a fireball spell anyway? Penuel asked. The spell has high damage, but it is a single target spell. Aren't you looking for spells that damage a crowd? That Arcane Turbulence is still better even with less damage. Jack shrugged. Beggars can't be choosers, but since there is none, I'll just make do with the ones available. In this magic scroll shop, Jack bought 3 Arcane Turbulence scrolls, 3 heal scrolls, 3 regeneration scrolls, 3 wind jet scrolls, only 1 magic wall because that's the only one left in the shop, 5 magic bind scrolls, and 5 wall of vine scrolls. He paid 8 gold and 20 silver coins for all the scrolls. Now was not the time to be stingy, he said to himself as he bitterly handed the coins over. After leaving the magic scroll shop, he hailed a carriage and went back to the noble district. He headed directly to the Magic Association shop which sold the disruptive bombs. He found that the shop stock on the bomb was much more than the previous time he came here. There was a total of 30 bombs available. He went and bought them all up without reserve, which cost 18 gold coins. He felt like crying, all the spending for one-time use items. He was basically going to fight the enemies using coins. When he was ready to leave, Penuel stopped him and asked him to look around more. He had not checked all the merchandise in the shop the last time he was here. Penuel wanted to see if there was any other thing that could be of help before they headed to battle. The fairy seemed genuine in her intention to help. She didn't want Jack to fall in the coming battle. Jack saw that he still had plenty of time left, so he complied. After all, if he could get another useful tool, it would give him a better chance at surviving. As he walked around the large store, Penuel abruptly asked him to stop. The fairy came out from her hidden dimension and flew to an item on a nearby shelf. She looked at the item, which was a tiny red statue with the shape of a cat. Jack used his God-Eye monocle to scan the object. Pyrolink's figurine, rare consumable. Summon a special elite fire elemental links that match the summoner's level. Duration: 1 hour. Wow, good eye. Jack complimented Penuel after he read the item's description. As his eyes moved lower to the price section, he added, "Wow, shit." The price indicated was 4 gold. 4 gold coins for a single one-time use item that only lasted for an hour. Wasn't that a bit too much? But a special elite monster was no joke. He had fought against 2 already and tested their power. Although on both occasions the monsters were at a higher level than him. He estimated if it was the same level, this special elite should be around the same power level as him with his dual-class attribute and fully leveled up rare gears. As he was still struggling with that figurine price tag, Penuel called out from the opposite shelf, "You should take these also." Jack looked over and saw a batch of small round glass balls, like marbles. He picked up one of the tiny things and inspected it. Liberty of movement, rare consumable, break free from all movement restrictions. Immune to movement restriction for the next 10 seconds. Cost: 50 silver. Jack could see why Penuel asked him to buy it. He had been wondering what he would do if the other side had magic bind scrolls as well, or any other spells that could affect his movement. He would get beaten up if he could not move freely while being surrounded. Jack went ahead and bought 10 of the fancy marbles. He presumed the other side wouldn't have prepared more than 10 magic bind scrolls, right? This as well. Penuel pointed at another item not far away. It was a potion bottle. Reset potion, rare consumable. Reset all skills cooldown. Cost: 1 gold coin. Cooldown: 1 hour, another good supporting tool. With this, he should be able to use life-burning art twice, in addition to his other skills which had a long cooldown. He glimpsed at the description again, an item that reset cooldown which had a cooldown itself. What irony. He took the reset potion and that Pyro Lynx figurine as well, so in total he spent another 10 gold coins more. He supposed at this stage even the big guilds had never made such large spending as he did within today, except for the property purchase of course. His gold coin saving was now down to 29 gold coins. A far cry from what he had when he started the day. With all the new supporting tools, he was ready to move out. He again used a carriage to save time as he traveled to the city gate. Many independent players and guilds outside of the coalition had avoided this place for knowing it to be the coalition's turfs. At the moment, Jack was hidden behind a tree in a forest at the periphery of the Crestfall Plain. He was applying the enhanced whetstone to his Stormbreaker and eating one sweet dumpling. The battle will be soon and he wanted to get as many buffs as possible. There were several players standing at eyesight distance along the edges of the Crestfall Plain. They appeared to be keeping watch and they were standing in plain sight, without a worry of being perceived. Not that there was any place to hide in this open field plain. They were probably acting as sentries to notify the others when Jack appeared. The advantage of his God-Eye monocle would be nullified here. If it was a forest setting or a hillside setting with irregular terrain, he could use hide and seek tactics to whittle down his foes. He could easily determine their positions using his radar and strike them while they were unaware. But here everyone could see everything clearly. He wondered if the act of choosing this site was to counter his radar detection ability. But that would mean somebody from the opposite side had known about his ability? Could Bowler or the Man or Flame have spilled the beans while they were in captives? Nah, he didn't think so. He could tell the 3 of them were the type that was fiercely loyal to a friend. They wouldn't tell the enemy anything even if it meant losing all that they had gained till this moment. If they were to actually be threatened with real death, now that might be a different case. While the players were in plain sight, Jack, on the other hand, did not see any of the monsters typical to the plane. The Death Associates might have cleaned up all the monsters in the area to make the area more controllable. Since he found no way to sneak past the sentries, he simply strutted out brazenly. The nearest player looked surprised when he saw Jack. They were indeed being tasked to watch for Jack, but they did not actually expect the guy to truly come. The sentry looked at Jack in a weird way. Jack made a scan on that sentry and found out that he was a level 17 ranger from a guild called Crowd of Sins. They were amongst the guild that had joined the 3 big guilds and formed the coalition. So it was as he had expected, he was not just going to deal with Death Associates here. He was actually going up against the coalition. But that didn't deter him. "Lead the way," he said to the sentry. Jack's words awakened him from his stupor. He looked at Jack with an even more awkward expression. Not only did this idiot really show up, but he even had the gall to ask him to lead the way. He was not sure of how to react. The upper management had warned him that he might be killed once their target appeared. His task was to simply send a warning before it happened. If he could escape, that would be the best, but he would be compensated if he died. This was also what had been told to the other sentries. So he was now sending a message to his superior asking how to proceed. Jack became impatient when the sentry wasn't giving him any reaction. "Hello, Euro," he called out. The sentry received his superior's reply at that moment. He was told to bring the guy over. He immediately said to Jack, "This way, please." As the sentry turned around to start walking, he suddenly realized, why the heck did he act so polite? Weren't they supposed to be enemies? As they walked, Jack could see the other sentries in the distance also started walking in the direction that he was heading. They were indeed tasked to look out for him. Now that he had shown up, their tasks were done. They didn't have to walk far before Jack saw a throng of people in the distance. Did they seriously amass that many people just for him? Jack thought as he watched with apprehension. Not far from where the crowd had been seen by Jack, there was a small hill with an elevated position that allowed viewing to most part of the plain. On this small hill was a small group of people standing and 3 bound ones sitting on the ground. The 3 bound ones were Fierce Flame, Star Bowler, and the man. They were each bound by a piece of yellow rope that radiated a thin golden aura. The others around were the heads of the guilds in the coalition, or their superior representatives and their bodyguards. Amongst them were Scarface, Manager Steelhand, and Queen Magenta, who were all at level 20 already. "I'll be damned. He really does show up," Manager Steelhand uttered when he saw Jack in the distance. "Humph. His arrogance will be his downfall," Queen Magenta commented. "I've expected so," Scarface said. "Still, I did not expect him to come alone. I would expect that at least White Scarfs will lend him some assistance," Manager Steelhand said. "Too bad then, we would have been able to crush them together," Queen Magenta said. "As a matter of fact, they did intend to lend him assistance," Scarface spoke. The others turned to him. He then explained, "I've received a message from my source that a contingent from White Scarfs had been mobilized to come here. They have left an hour ago." "What? Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Queen Magenta complained. "Because the 6 hours deadline we gave Stormwind will expire long before they arrived. If he comes, we will deal with him and then reorganize us to deal with the White Scarfs group. If he doesn't come, then we waste these hostages and then we organize to deal with the White Scarfs group. In any case, we still have enough time. They will not arrive here in at least another 2 hours. 3 if their group has magicians. Okay, so let's just waste this Stormwind so we can deal with the real problem," Manager Steelhand said. "Once White Scarfs is defeated, we will be the true overlord among players in the capital. The other guilds will have no choice but to submit." Another person who stood beside them snorted, "Humph! If you didn't inform me that White Scarfs is really coming, I was just about to pull my people out. Assembling us here just to deal with a single person, that is embarrassing." Scarface turned to the person who had spoken. The guy was a tall yet skinny elder. His skin was dark and his expression exuded the definition of arrogance. The old man was called Prideful Josh, a level 20 mage. He was the acting leader of the guild Crowd of Sins within the capital. "I would suggest you not to underestimate that man," Scarface told him. "Humph! Don't lump me with your incompetence men for dealing with a single person," Prideful Josh uttered. Big Arm, who stood behind Scarface, was angered by the insult. "How dare you? Do you think your guild is stronger than our Death Associates? And you only bring less than 100 people here. You were not serious about joining this call for assembly from the start." "You are right, I'm not serious. The call is to deal with one person with the White Scarfs Guild only as a probability. Heck, I can just send my guild's small expert group to deal with this matter. Assembling as here only show off your guild's incompetence." "You a Euro." Scarface stopped Big Arm from arguing further. "It's not time for us to fight among ourselves," he said. In fact, I understand many of the others think the same. The difference is that Brother Josh here was being honest about his feeling. He looked around at the other leaders of the coalition. Many of you only send a small part of your troops. It doesn't matter, it should be enough to deal with that man and the White Scarfs group that is coming. If you think that it's a disgrace that I've been overcautious to invite all of you just to deal with that man, so be it. I will consider your coming here as a favor to Death Associates, and we will remember it. For now, let us focus to deal with the matter first. The other leaders nodded, while prideful Josh snorted. Manager Steelhand, who saw that everyone had calmed down, spoke out. In fact, I also have a piece of news that I might need to share with you people. The other leaders now turned to him. Manager Steelhand continued. I've also received a message from my members in the capital. Do you guys still remember the player named St. John? That asshole. Queen Magenta cursed out. Yes, indeed, that asshole. Manager Steelhand agreed. He was a hated player within my guild, so my people can easily recognize him. My member has reported that this detestable person has been riling up the masses by making an oration on the capital street. He tried to coax the independent players to follow him and battle our coalition. He said that we are congregating at this place and White Scarfs with the other guilds were on their way here. He urged the independent players to join them in the fight to stop us from continuing to monopolize the leveling grounds. How stupid can he be? Why does anyone want to follow him? The real man commented. He was at level 14. He was still having trouble trying to catch up with the others' levels after being killed by Jack. Hence, he was amongst those that were most eager when this plan to deal with Jack was laid out. His guild, Warriors of Solidarity, was also amongst those that joined the coalition. Strange thing is, my member reported a lot of players were leaving the gate with him as he went out. That was around 1 hour ago as well, Manager Steelhand said. HMA if those independent players do join hand with White Scarfs people, that will be quite troublesome, Scarface said. And what did he mean by other guilds? Is he saying that other guilds other than White Scarfs are taking action against us as well? I don't know. The guy could just be bluffing, Manager Steelhand said. No matter, we will crush anyone that comes, prideful Josh declared. Scarface nodded. That's right. Let's deal with Stormwind first. Send the messages to the group leaders that they can engage. Big Arm followed the instruction and sent the messages. A level 20 rogue beside him, who wore a long black cloak, approached Scarface. She will be furious when she finds out that you are dealing with that man when she is not around. The rogue, who was Blackjack, spoke. She has an important mission, Scarface replied without turning around. Heh, I was wondering why you choose this date to enact this plan. Not 2 days ago, not the next 3 days. Now I'm sure it's because you don't want her to be here. You are afraid that she will insist on having a duel first with Stormwind before she allows any of you to touch him. Am I right? Scarface didn't answer. Blackjack continued. She will see this as you do not trust that she will win in single combat with that man. That's why I tell you she will be furious. You have better have a good excuse when she comes back. Queen Magenta, who was standing nearby, overheard their conversation. She asked, Are you talking about Red Death? I have been wondering why she was not around. She has an important mission to deal with the guild quest that we discussed in the meeting. Her task is too important for her to deal with this matter here, Scarface said. Heh, I will advise you to think up a better excuse than that one, Blackjack said. He then turned to Queen Magenta. I also not see your top player here. Where is Selena? Queen Magenta face turned sour. That bitch, she said this ploy is beneath her. She wants nothing to do with it. Ha ha! Blackjack laughed out. Those two women with their strong personalities. Queen Magenta gave him a stare. Ah, forgive me. You are also a very strong woman, he quickly corrected. As the leaders of the coalition were conversing, Jack was watching the sea of players. The sentry who brought him over stood beside him. Jack looked at him and asked, Do you want to stay here? Or do you want to cross over there? The sentry, coming to realize his position, immediately scurried over to his guild's side, cursing himself all the way. Jack turned his attention back to the crowd. He made a rough calculation. There were probably around 1,000 players over there. Most of them were basic class with an average level around 17 to 19. There were some advanced class players but only a minority. He guessed it was still difficult for most players to pass the advanced class test at this stage. Did they really have to amass so many people just to deal with him? That Scarface guy was truly too paranoid. Jack complained in his mind. He looked over to the small hill behind the crowd. His Dragon's Eye skill's passive ability allowed him to see further distance much clearer compared to the average players. Thus, he could recognize the people on that small hill despite the distance. Amongst the people he knew, there were the leaders of the 3 big guilds, then the real man, then his 3 friends on the ground who were bound with some kind of rope. Now, do any of you guys were given the authority to speak? Or should we just get directly to bashing each other? Jack spoke out to the crowd. A female voice responded to him. There is no us bashing each other. It will be only us bashing you. Can't you take a look at the situation? Do you seriously think you can take us on? Jack turned in the direction of the voice and saw a face from the past. Oh, it's you, hag. Who the hell do you call a hag? The woman who spoke was Flowing Fox from Weary Wolf Gang, who had recently become a formal guild. Boulder was beside the woman holding her from making a rash move of running towards their opponent by herself. He was at level 18 and had just recently become an advanced class knight. While Flowing Fox was still a magician at level 12, she was not as passionate about leveling up after dying in the tutorial period. She was the only odd level 12 amongst the troop. Everyone was actually wondering why the heck this weak woman was out here at the front line. She, on the other hand, just wanted this business with Jack over with, so she could go and kill Fierce Flame. Scarface had warned to not have anyone touch their 3 captives until their business with Jack was done. The Weary Wolf was the only small-size guild within the coalition, so Boulder didn't get the privilege of standing amongst the other guild leaders on the hill. Instead, he was tasked with leading the front line of the coalition troops, which he thought was excessive. In fact, everyone standing there now think it was excessive to have so many people dealing with a single player. Everyone just considered this whole affair a weird joke. It's Boulder, right? Jack called out from the distance. He was around 25 meters away from the troops' front line. He was within the spell range of a mage but not magician, and there were not many mages within the troop. Around 80% of the frontline troop consisted of magicians. Jack surmised that they had studied his previous battle styles against a crowd, where he liked to dive into their ranks and wreak havoc by abusing his overpowered attributes. Range players would not be able to provide assistance since there will be many friendly fires possible to happen. With the front-line troop consisted mostly of magicians, they could start swarming him with spells before he approached. And it seemed like that was their intention, as Jack saw all the magicians holding their staffs and wands ready and aiming at him even before he came into their range. Is there any condition that you were asked to apply to me before we start? Jack continued. Like I am not allowed to hit any of you or else my friends will be hurt? Boulder touched his chin and said, Well, we haven't discussed that, but I can ask. I mean, if you are going to add more ridiculous conditions even though you have already greatly outnumbered me, I will just pack up and leave immediately, Jack informed him. I don't think none of you is fast enough to chase after me now, do you? In that case, no condition, Boulder said. What are we even having these small talks with him for? Let's just get this over with, Fox complained. Boulder glanced at her with annoyance. Wasn't it you who first started responding to his talking? So no one is going to touch my friend while we are at it, right? Jack asked again to confirm. You are such a wussy. Do you think we need any more conditions just to deal with the likes of you? Fox mocked. Sister, you are talking with him again, Boulder said in his mind. At that moment, he received a go message from Big Arm. Okay, we can go, Boulder told the others. At the same time, Jack exclaimed to them, All right, I'm coming over. The mages took a step forward to put Jack into their range and started throwing out the energy bolt spells, while magicians followed behind and got ready to follow up once Jack came into their range. Jack executed charge at the same time the spells were cast. Boulder smirked. He was familiar with charge skill, as one of his subordinates had also successfully become a warrior. The charge skill had a range of 8 meters. There was still a distance away after the charge was done. Jack had instead delivered himself right inside the range of all the magicians. He shouted the command for those magicians. Fire at will. Jack chose to use charge to beat the slow-turning mechanism of energy bolts. The mages had targeted his position before executing charge. As the bolts rushed forward at his original position, his charge had brought him to a distance. All he had to endure were the few bolts that came directly from his front. These few bolts didn't cause him much damage due to his high defense and endurance, and were further mitigated by his Blood Guard scale armor, which reduced all range damage by 35%. The other energy bolts tried to turn and came at him, but they did a large arc and ended up further away to his left and right. There was, however, a different torrent of spells coming at him at the end of his charge. It was casted by the magicians, though their damage was less compared to mage. They numbered far higher. The spells and attacks came from every direction. It was like a rain of light that fell in a horizontal direction. Jack knew that he would not survive all those spells landing on him, but if only a portion, then that's another story. He took out the Wind Jet Scroll, using the same tactic but with a different skill. He barreled in a straight line into the enemy's rank, suffering through the spells and attacks that had been shot from his front while the rest decimated the ground at his original position. Jack pointed the wind jet a bit up into the sky so he didn't crash into the crowd. He wanted to be right in the middle of the enemy. The wind jet spell ended and he started to fall, right above the head of one of the level 18 fighters of the enemy troop. He cleaved downward at the fighter's unsuspecting head using his Stormbreaker while applying Power Strike. The poor sod was blasted into the ground, accompanied by critical damage of 912. The guy died immediately from that one strike. It was not just the players around him that were dumbstruck by that one-hit kill. Jack himself was similarly astounded. Holy shit, 912? Heck, if I was the one getting hit like that, I would also almost die, he thought. After all, Jack's full health point was 950. But there were several reasons why Jack's damage could reach that height. First of all, his sword's base damage was already 140 after the upgrade to level 30. Then he had further boosted it with Enhanced Whetstone, which added a 20% increase. The Sweet Dumpling also added a 10% boost, and his Inherent Warrior class granted another 10% increase to physical damage. In total, he already had 196 base damage from that 40% boost, and that was not yet calculated with the boost from his strength attribute, which calculation, as Peniel put it, was a bit vague. That added with his level 10 Power Strike, which dealt 240% physical damage, and then again doubled by critical damage. It was not strange for the damage to reach over 900 damage. Even with a fighter's decent endurance and decent armor, the guy still died immediately since his full health point was only 460. The dumbstruck players around froze in place. They felt like they had just seen something unreal, and were still registering the incident. Jack similarly paused for an instant, but he soon recovered. After all, he was not as surprised as the others, since he was aware of the multiple factors that had contributed to his high damage. He utilized their surprise to his advantage, using swing to hit multiple enemies at the same time. He then started hacking at the ones closest with extreme speed. Each of his normal slashes dealt damage ranging from 160 to 180. One of his normal slashes could already reduce a magician or ranger's life to less than half, 2 slashes to kill them. While fighters would survive only one more slash compared to those 2 classes. The basic class players started to drop like weeds. He used his past strategy when fighting in a crowd. When many started to converge at his position, he used his uncanny speed to move to another position. When the players tried to stop him physically, he used his exceptional strength to shove them aside, all the while forcing his enemies into close combat and rendering their range attacks unusable. He continued to cause damage to every enemy he passed through. This strategy was rendered possible due to his overpowering attributes. Not to mention all his equipment was rare grade, and all of them had been upgraded to level 30. None within the enemy's rank possessed the stats and gears that could match his. I will stop him. A knight suddenly appeared in front of Jack. He used a large 2-handed broadsword. He swung the heavy sword vertically at Jack. Several fighters took position near Jack's 2 sides while a group of players came at his back, cutting all his escape paths. He must clash with the knight's swing. As the large sword came down, Jack didn't lift his sword to parry. The others looked on in confusion as the heavy sword crashed into Jack's face and sliced through his whole body. Or so they thought, but then they realized Jack was still in his position despite the heavy hit, and there was no damage indicator. And then the Jack who they were looking at suddenly disappeared. While these onlookers were still in a confused state, they were awakened by a pained cry. They turned and saw the knight who had made the attack was holding the back of his waist. Jack was standing behind him, while the others were stunned by his sudden disappearance and appearance due to his new skill, Flash Step. Jack executed his other new skill, Shredding Fong. 3 giant fong-like shapes made of blue-color energy erupted from the ground. They then traveled at high speed to 3 different directions in a fan shape in front of Jack, mowing down every player on their paths. Every player hit by those fangs received damage around 380 to 410 damage. Any rangers or magicians on their ways died immediately while the fighters were in a critical state. Jack sent another normal slash to the knight and took his life, when he was about to dive in to finish off the other fighters who were in critical health. Some of the closest to him were enveloped by healing lights. Healers around, Jack quickly surmised. He looked around and soon located their positions with his enhanced vision in seeing details from the Dragon's Eye passive ability. The heal spell had a cooldown and there were limited healers, but he didn't try to barge through the healed fighters to get to the still injured ones behind. Instead, he changed direction and headed to the healers. It would be troublesome if he let the healers free. But the enemies were also aware of this. Several fighters came in front of the healers. They were not holding any weapons. Instead, they were having their arms interlocking with each other, forming a human wall. What the hell is that? Jack thought when he saw their tactic. The human wall started to move towards him. The wall formed was rather long, the left and right sides moved faster and they slowly formed a half-circle enclosing onto Jack. They were trying to encircle me, Jack realized. He had used his havoc-wreaking strategy against the crowd a few times. Even if the enemy had no way to defeat his overpower attributes, it made sense if the enemy had thought of other ways to deal with him. There were other players waiting behind the fighters that formed the human wall, ready to strike at him through the gaps between each fighter once Jack was rendered immobile. Jack rammed his body to one of the fighters within the human wall, trying to use his incredible strength to break through like usual. But those fighters with arms interlocking each other proved too solid for his strength to overcome. He was pushed back instead. Jack tried to move backward, but he then noticed another human wall had also formed behind him. Jack sent a slash to one of the fighters that formed the human wall, trying to kill one to break the chain and thus escaping through the gap. But a healing light soon enveloped that fighter, bringing his health point back to full. Damn! So the healers again, Jack cursed. They had used those healers to lure him into a position where the human wall could entrap him. Now those healers were sustaining the wall and making sure none of the fighters that formed the wall died. The human walls from the front and back soon squeezed into him and limited his movement. The rangers from behind started stabbing through the gaps, nipping at Jack's health point. Oh, so you want to play rough, eh? Have it thee. Jack screamed in his mind as he activated the life-burning art. His body exploded with a red aura as all his already high attributes doubled to a new height. He rammed at the human wall again. Different than before, the fighter that received Jack's slam could no longer keep his position. He felt like his arms were being torn apart as they were forced to break away from his comrade's hold. A gap was created, and Jack did not waste it. He used charge as he barged through everyone on his way, dealing damage all the way. He looked at the healers who were not so far away. Those healers instantly felt goosebumps after being stared at by that fiery demon. They turned around trying to run and create distance. Sword of Light. The crescent light crashed into the back of a fleeing healer, directly claiming his life. Now that feels better, Jack said. He had no actual enmity with those healers, but it was just annoying having them disrupt his fighting patterns. He took out a heal scroll and used it. The life-burning art had directly taken 30% of his life and was still eating his health points slowly, while his fight from the start was not without wounds. He had suffered several hits, and with the activation of life-burning art, he had less than half-life remaining. The heal scroll immediately brought his health point to a safe level. He then proceeded to use the regeneration scroll. His life started to recover by 5 health point per second. The life-burning art ate 1 health point per second, while the regeneration spell healed him by 5 each second. So he was still healing by 4 health point per second. This was amazing, he thought. If he could keep using the regeneration spell, he could sustain the life-burning art indefinitely. How long does this regeneration spell last? He asked Penuel. 1 minute, Penuel answered him. That was short, but still, it meant he could have a free 1 minute long of life-burning art. Not wasting the advantage, he continued wreaking havoc amongst the coalition troop. On the small hill where the leaders of the guilds were spectating the fight, Prideful Josh's expression was ugly. There were several of his men amongst those that died, including the knight that had tried to block Jack's advance. An advanced class player was still rare. It was not easy for one to pass the test. A loss of an advanced player was a heavy blow to a guild. Now do you understand why I called everyone over? Scarface said to him. Humph. He was just a bit talented. He will fall soon. No one will be able to fight an entire army by himself. Prideful Josh found admitting a wrong was beneath him. That's true, Scarface agreed. However, we can't waste too much manpower to wear him down. Better to sacrifice some to bring this to a swift conclusion. We still have the White Scraffs group to deal with. We need to conserve our strength. You have a proposal? Prideful Josh asked. Yes, Scarface said as he took out a dark red color magic scroll. He then told everyone, have your people's advanced classes out of the battlefield. Only leave the ones that we have promised for compensation. Before the fight, Scarface had asked each guild to inform their people involved in this operation that those who died will be given compensation. There will be a possibility as well that a sacrificing move might be needed. Those with the lowest level have the duty to hold back the enemy. At first, no one was taking it seriously. After all, the enemy was one man. Only if White Scarf's guild appeared then the move might be used. But it appeared that Scarface was serious about deploying that killer move now. The others found this idea inconceivable. Yet, seeing their members dying continuously on the field below, they had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. They either used that sacrificing move or they sent their elite members into the foray. However, doing that would mean a possibility of them losing said elite members. These elite members were the foundation of their guild. Losing them would cripple their guild's strength. They were not ready to take that risk yet. Queen Magenta glanced at Scarface and couldn't help but wondered. Is this the reason why he sent Red Death away? Because he was afraid that she might die in this battle? The instruction was soon relayed. Many advanced classes started to pull back and distance themselves from where Jack was fighting. The only ones remaining were those with the lowest levels. They had bitter faces as they knew they were about to be sacrificed, yet they had no choice in the matter. At least they knew they would be compensated for their losses. Their equipment will be resupplied once they came back to life, and there would be a veteran from their guild that would power level them back to their current level. 4 coins and their other possessions, they had submitted them to the upper management for safekeeping. They would get those back after they came back to life. Jack was not aware of the enemy's movement. In fact, he found the fight becoming easier. He just thought that he was getting used to the rhythm of the battle, instead of registering that those that fought him at the moment were all low-level basic classes, until the red dots' movements in his radar caught his attention. Many red dots were actually moving away, leaving only a cluster of red dots around him. What are they trying to do? Jack thought in puzzlement. Jack then paid better attention to the players around him. After better observation, these players did not seem to be too intent on damaging him. Some were not even holding their weapons. They crowded around, interlocking with each other just like what the fighters had done when they formed the human wall. But this time all of them were doing the same, making it multiple layers of human walls. They were trying to hold me down, Jack realized. What for? He then caught the sight of someone familiar coming near. It was Scarface. He was accompanied by a few subordinates. The mage was holding something that looked like a magic scroll. Dark red color. Jack heard Penuel's worried voice. That magic scroll he was holding was at the same level as the chain lightning you used previously, probably stronger. Ah, really? With all the high defenses his gears provide, combined with his high attributes, he wondered if it was possible for him to survive a spell of that level. It was not wise to try to find out. However, at this moment it looked like he had no choice but to find out. He saw Scarface unfurled the magic scroll. A string of runes was formed, which soon shaped into a spell formation with 5 runes. "Oh no! It's the hellish explosion!" Penuel exclaimed as she recognized the runes of that spell formation. "How strong is it?" Jack asked. "Very. And your magic wall scroll will not be effective against it." It hit the entire area with a very wide range of effect. The magic scroll disintegrated as the spell formation came into power. The runes flared and a tiny whip of flash appeared in the sky above Jack. Jack made a decision and he activated Dragon's Eye skill. The flash in the sky retracted into a tiny red dot before blowing out into a shuddering explosion. A deafening sound caused the ears of the others nearby to buzz, while Jack and the crowd surrounding him were totally consumed by a giant red ball of energy. Everyone could watch that giant red ball had torrents of energy spinning around inside it in a violent manner. A strong shockwave radiated out of it and pushed everyone in its surroundings away. Some with weaker constitutions fell to the ground due to the shockwave. Scarface stood his ground, resisting the force of the shockwave, as his eyes continued to stay on that explosive spell. His guild had paid a high price for that scroll. It was the highest level spell available in that magic scroll shop. Its high damage and large area of effect made it the most effective spell to deal with an opponent with high movement speed like that Jack. The spell itself should already be enough, but he didn't allow any possibility of it failing. Hence his instruction for those low-level members to sacrifice themselves in order to hold Jack down. The ball of energy soon receded. The red gale that was swirling within the ball of energy started to diminish and slow to a breeze. The area which had been devastated by the spell was covered by a thick cloud of dust. Within the dust, shadows of people lying on the ground could be seen. The dust continued to dwindle as time passed. The outer parts of the destroyed ground started to be revealed. Numerous corpses littered the ground. "It's finally over," said one of the subordinates accompanying Scarface. Scarface, on the other hand, was frowning. The subordinates saw his expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "The corpse €1, Scarface said with an unsure tone. The subordinates looked at the mount of corpses in front of the receding dust cloud. He sighed and said, "It can't be helped. Who would have thought the guy to be that strong? It was good enough that we have limited our loss to a small portion of our force. Alternately, if we don't to Euro—" "No!" Scarface cut him mid-sentence. "The corpses do not disappear. The battle is not over." At that moment, several bolts of light shot out from the cloud of dust, 6 small ones and 1 large one. The small ones traveled in curved paths as they sought after the closest players. The unsuspecting players did not have time to react and were hit by the bolts. Receiving damages ranged from 100 to 130. The large one traveled in a straight path and headed right at Scarface. Scarface managed to react in time as he put on a magic shield in front of him. Still, even when he defended using the magic shield, he still suffered 112 damage. "Mana bullet?" Scarface uttered as he recognized the spell that hit his shield. "Impossible! The power is so high that it can still give me so much damage after being blocked by my magic shield?" "Who?" Answering him was a shadow that dashed out of the cloud of dust at a high speed. It went straight in Scarface's direction. Everyone who saw the face of the shadow felt like they had seen a ghost. Not possible! How is he not dead after being hit by such a powerful spell? One of the guild players, who was standing not far from there, exclaimed. The shadow was none other than Jack. Scarface stood a distance away. Jack could not reach his position in a short time. The other players awoken from their stupor and immediately put themselves between Jack and Scarface. Especially Scarface's subordinates. They stood in front of him as they urged Scarface to return to the small hill. Jack used charge to barge through the players on his way, but the 8 meters range of charge was not enough to cover the distance to Scarface. One of Scarface's subordinates, who was a knight, went ahead to stop Jack. "Please," the subordinate pleaded. "It's too dangerous here. You need to go back there and reorganize our troops to deal with him." Scarface gritted his teeth. He wanted to fight Jack, but his subordinate was right, it's too dangerous. There were too many unknowns at the moment. How did Jack survive? Who shot that powerful magic spells? He decided to listen to his subordinate and started to retreat. His eyes continued to look at Jack as he moved back towards the small hill. He then realized something odd. Jack was holding a magic staff on his left hand? A sudden realization came to him. "No, it couldn't be a euro," he muttered. As he tried to deny the understanding that had come into his thought, Jack instead confirmed it by using his action. He fought the knight with the sword in his right hand, as the staff in his left hand formed a magic shield that blocked the spells and range attacks that were coming at him. "Hero, he can cast magic spells?" Scarface uttered with disbelief. Scarface was not the only one startled by the revelation. All the others were stunned too. After all, everyone knew that they could only choose one class and their progression was fixed along the first class they chose. Yet Jack had broken this rule. The knight fighting with him was also stunned. His eyes stared at the magic shield in front of Jack's staff. "You euro, how do you euro?" His sentence was stopped short as Jack took the opportunity when he was distracted and used Power Strike to send him away. He then took out another heal scroll and used it on himself. Jack's health point bar was in fact not in good condition, it was below half. Back when the hellish explosion was cast, Jack knew he only had an instant. After all, a scroll did not need the user to form the spell formation. It was instantly cast. So when the runes of hellish explosions spell formation flared and took effect, Jack knew he only had an instant. Since Magic Wall was not effective, he could only use the other defensive spell he had, Barrier. However, that spell required him to perform a rune formation. He was not confident enough to form the spell before the hellish explosion spell detonated. That's why he had activated Dragon's Eye. The Dragon's Eye active skill put his vision into slow motion. Everything around him moved slower while his mind operated at a normal pace. Or if from others' point of view, Jack's mind suddenly worked at a high speed when the Dragon's Eye active skill was activated. To form the rune of a spell, Jack did not need to move his magic staff. He only needed to form it with his mind. Hence, with the high-speed operation of his mind, the rune was formed at a high speed as well. If it was seen by a bystander, it would appear as if Jack formed his spell rune in an instant. Jack's barrier spell took effect before the hellish explosion detonated and engulfed him. His barrier was level 7, giving him a shield that could absorb 68% of his total health point. His total health point was 950, which had been filled up to full when the hellish explosion took effect due to the regeneration spell. If included with the life of his barrier, Jack could be said to have a total of 1596 health point. The hellish explosion caused damage of around 1500 to 1800 to everyone within its area of effect. Fortunately, Jack's armor had a high magical defense, coupled with his high wisdom stat. He barely survived the terrifying spell. His barrier spell was already broken from the explosion. His remaining health point after the full damage was done was at a dangerous 26 points. If there was any enemy around, it was very easy to use this chance to kill him. Fortunately, the hellish explosion had stirred up all the dust on the ground and created a cover. He deactivated the life-burning art to prevent his life from continuing to deplete. The regeneration spell from the scroll had run out when he was hit by the spell. He took out a basic healing potion to recover some of his health and a basic energy potion to replenish his stamina, which was also low already. Unfortunately, the potions had cooldown time as well, so he could not spam it despite having a large stock of them. With the magic staff already out in his left hand, he then decided to no longer keep his second class a secret and cast his 2 basic range spells, before rushing out from the dust cloud to meet his enemies. Coming back to the present after Jack used the heal scroll, his health point was recovered to a bit more than half. He could not use the regeneration scroll yet as it was still in cooldown. Scarface had run back to his base on that small hill. Forcing his way there was not smart, so Jack went to the side and ran towards the closest crowd to kill as many of the enemies as possible. He used his high speed to weave through the range attacks that came at him while using magic shield to block those he could not evade. The players who saw him coming felt like a ravenous monster was coming at them. The weak-willed ones wanted to turn around and flee, but their superior yelled at them to stay their ground. Several higher-level fighters of level 20 and a few knight and warrior came out to meet with Jack. Jack shot standard range attacks with his magic staff and another mana bullet which was off cooldown before clashing with those melee players. The unfortunate warrior who was at the head was immediately thrown back after he tried to stop Jack's power strike with his own power strike. Scarface, who was back on the small hill with the other leaders, watched the incident with grim faces. "Can anyone tell me what is going on here? How can he cast magic spells?" one of the guild leaders asked. "Maybe he is using a special tool? Who the hell is he? Why has none of us ever heard of him in the gaming community? Maybe he is using a different alias." Everyone stopped. Manager Steelhand spoke out as he saw the leaders were getting agitated. "There is no need to concern. He was still just one person. We can still deal with him, we just need to prepare to risk more." He then turned to Scarface and asked, "What do you think?" Scarface was silent for a bit before saying, "He has two classes." "Say what?" Manager Steelhand asked. "He has two classes," Scarface repeated. "A warrior and the other most probably a mage. That's the most likely explanation. That is also why his attributes have been so high. He must have survived the hellish explosion spell by using the mage's barrier spell." "But how is that possible?" Queen Magenta asked. "Don't know. There is much to this world that we still don't understand," Scarface replied. Then to the others he exclaimed, "Everyone, no more holding back. Send your experts in. We no longer have the luxury to whittle him just with numbers. And if you have any support forces nearby, call them in. Don't forget that there are still White Scarfs and those independent players on their way here. This matter is becoming more trouble than it's worth," Prideful Josh grumbled. Jack at the moment was returning to his previous pattern, charging straight into the enemy's rank while killing everyone that got in his way. He had also activated his heightened state, allowing him to abuse more of his skills and spells. Most that he targeted were rangers and magicians, as they had lower health point. A couple of his normal slashes was sufficient to send them to the afterlife. He took the chance to drink basic healing potions once in a while. His defense and endurance were too high, the damages from enemies were not enough to put him in danger. As he was wrecking through the enemy's rank, he found himself stumbling into a familiar face. It was Boulder and Flowing Fox. He had not seen the duo since the fight started. It turned out that Boulder and Fox were cunning and cowardly bunches. They were not willing to take the risk as the others. They and their guild members had been slowly moving themselves away instead of clashing with Jack. However, calamity couldn't be avoided. They still ended up stumbling into Jack. "Fancy meeting you here," Jack called out to them, before quickly adding, "Goodbye." Jack swung his power strike at Flowing Fox. Even a level 20 magician could not survive Jack's power strike, much less a level 12 one. The woman died while being thrown far away by the skill, unwillingness in her face. She had not vented her grudges at Fierce Flame. She had been so looking forward to dealing the killing blow on her once this matter with Jack was done. But she did not expect that it would be her who died first before Fierce Flame. "You a Euro." Boulder was clearly agitated when he saw Flowing Fox died again. "I'm sorry. Are you in a relationship with that woman?" Jack asked when he noticed Boulder's anger upon Fox's death. However, it did not mean that Jack stopped moving. He was giving Boulder an empathetic look while at the same time not stopping at hacking away at the man's comrades. "Get him!" Boulder shouted out in anger. His subordinates, who had been following him at sneaking away from the battlefield all this time, had no choice but to follow the order. They swarmed at Jack, trying to use numbers to overwhelm him. They had witnessed the effectiveness of the human wall tactic against Jack. They did not believe that Jack could use that fiery aura buff again. Jack instead started forming a rune on the tip of his magic staff. The rune slowly took shape as Jack clashed his sword against the masses that tried to surround him. The rune then flared and came to power. A blue circular ring swept outward, crashing everyone in the vicinity. The Ice Ring spell dealt damages ranging from 260 to 290. Some rangers and magicians were outright killed by that single spell, while the fighters were heavily wounded. A few of the surviving ones had a thin layer of ice covering their entire bodies, freezing them into stagnancy. While the rests were covered by specks of ice, they were not frozen. Yet their movement speed had been slowed. The spell had functioned as Jack had hoped for. He did not regret to have used the Ice Seed on the mana detonation spell. He used Swing to cut off those that were still alive near him and then rushed forward, hacking the remaining ones that had survived his spell. The Ice Ring spell was very effective in complementing his melee prowess. His victims were unable to flee as they were frozen and slowed. Boulder was at the periphery of the spell's area of effect. Sadly for him, though, out of the few ones that got frozen, he was among them. He could only see Jack as he approached without being able to do anything. "I'm truly sorry about that woman, but no worry, I will send you to accompany her," Jack said when he arrived. Just as Boulder's frozen status expired, Jack's rapid slashes took his life. "You motherfucker, a euro!" he screamed, but no voice came out of his mouth, since his health point was zeroed already. Jack proceeded in another direction with the most crowd. He took out another basic healing potion to drink as he used Magic Shield to block all the range attacks. An unseen arrow suddenly lodged at his waist. Jack looked over and saw an archer not far away. The guy notched another arrow on his bow while a group of level 20 rangers and fighters, with a few warriors and knights, led by a knight in golden armor, were coming over. From another direction, a row of level 20 magicians were casting their spells at Jack. They completely did not care if their spells hit their teammates. While Jack was busy blocking with Magic Shield and cutting using his sword at the incoming spells, the ground underneath him suddenly shone. "Retreat! Retreat!" He heard Penul's warning. Right before Penul shouted, he had also instinctively started backing away from the shining area once the ground started showing the anomaly. He did not know what it was, but it would not be anything good. After all, the spells that were cast at this place, if not from him, would only be from an enemy. The light in the ground burst out with high intensity. Several colorful wisps appeared and danced in the area. Jack had been moving very fast to break away, but he was still caught by the spell at its edge. He received disoriented status, and whenever the wisps passed by him, he received damage. Luckily, he was close to the edge. Despite the disoriented status which slowed his movement, he managed to escape from the affected area before suffering too much damage. "Is this a euro?" "Yes, it's the arcane turbulence spell," Penul answered before Jack could finish his question. Jack turned around and finally found the mage who had cast it. He was standing behind the row of magicians. A mage's range was longer, so he could afford to stay behind. By this time, the melee group led by the Golden Knight had arrived. Because his movement speed was slowed from the disoriented effect, Jack had to meet them head-on. He tried his best to trade blows with them, but his slashes swerved sometimes. "Fuck this disoriented status," he cursed in his mind. A tiny marble appeared in Jack's hand at that moment. It was one of the Liberty of Movement he had bought. He used it and his movement speed returned to normal, but his attacks still missed sometimes. He could only endure until the status effect expired. He immediately activated Charge to break out of encirclement once it did. However, the knights had already taken position on all of Jack's 4 sides, and all of them were equipped with shields. The charge was blocked by the knight. The charge pushed on the knight, but it could only push a small distance. The knight was sturdy enough to survive the charge, not to mention there were his comrades holding his position from behind. In addition, the knight's whole armor started to be covered by a thin bluish light. "What is that skill?" Jack asked Penul. "It's Endure, the advanced skill received by knight when they reached level 20. It reduces all damage received by 30%, and also reduces all knockback and knockdown effect," Penul informed him. No wonder his charge had little effect. Jack could not use his usual method to wreak havoc within encirclement. With that skill, the knights were sturdy enough to withstand Jack's strength and held their ground. The warriors in the group had their hands blazing with red aura as their swinging speed increased. Jack recognized that as they using the adrenaline rush skill, which gave them additional attacking speed and damage. Jack also activated the same skill in order to cope with their frontal clashes. Jack could only rely on his high attributes combined with his martial art moves, which he had returned to practice diligently every morning, to cope with the attacks of these many opponents. Something that he had to be grateful of this group was that they were blocking his line of sight from the magicians, so they would not be able to attack him without harming these fighters. Or so he thought, before an arrow went through the gap between the fighters and lodged itself on his shoulder. What the euro? That archer could hit him via such a small gap? He could not help but be impressed by the archer's accuracy. Heck, so the ones before were only warm-ups? Jack uttered in his mind when he saw this group of experts gunning at him. He decided he could not stay still at one place, he would be a sitting duck. As he was about to double his effort to force himself out of the encirclement and move away, he felt a sudden stab at his back. He turned back and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in red garb moving away. It's that annoying sneaky rogue from Wicked Witches. Jack still remembered the woman, her name was Slim Blade. He had been having a good impression of hers due to her help when he was using his unrivaled arcaner persona, but now that feeling was completely gone, replaced by the urge to stab his sword into that woman's legs so she could not be sneaky again. When the hellish explosion had erupted, it had taken out many of the coalition players. However, the players that died were only a small portion of the coalition army. There were still plenty of players around to gang up on Jack. However, Scarface had decided it was not the right move for it. After all, there was only a little space when they were engaging one person. The large number of players they had were null since they could not all land attack on Jack at the same time. They still had to come at him one wave at a time. They could try to continue with a long continuous tactic to exhaust Jack off his restorative potions. But looking at Jack's terrifying efficiency in killing the weaker players, the sacrifice would be enormous. They still needed these lackeys to be the cannon fodder when White Scarfs and the group of independent players arrive. Thus, the leaders decided it's time to have their experts engage Jack. Though the risk of them dying was there, the chance of taking out Jack in a short time was also higher with the experts' involvement. Jack had already felt the pressure now these experts showed themselves. His previously slowly healing health was starting to steadily go down again due to the joined assaults from these experts. His flash step skill, which he executed from time to time, managed to confuse his opponents and allow him to cope with their numbers. It also prevented him from being an easy target for the archer and the hidden rogue, Slim Blade. But the flash step skill had limited range. It could help him survive, but it could not be used to help him escape the encirclement. He was still in predicament. He had also executed his shredding fong. The move killed a few rangers and brought the surrounding fighters into critical health, but they were soon recovered by healing lights. The group of healers had come again outside the encirclement. The heal spell did not fully heal the fighter's health point, but the wounded ones were spry enough to remove themselves from the front line. Their comrades were also coordinated enough to quickly take over their positions, allowing no gap in their formation. Those fighters were also veterans who were used to fight together in a team, Jack thought with woe. Time to change the rule of engagement, Jack thought as he took out a magic scroll and activated it. The ground burst and numerous vines shot out from it. The fighters were in close range and their comrades were cluttered around them. So when the wall of vines came out, many had no space to evade, ended up being entangled by the vines. Even one of the knights was trapped by it. Jack then took a different scroll out. It was the only offensive magic scroll in his possession, the arcane turbulence which he had experienced firsthand. He cast it at the space behind the wall of vines, where the unsuspecting fighters and rangers were trying to hack at the vines to free their comrades. The magic took place and engulfed them. The arcane turbulence had an area of effect with a diameter of 6 meters. Due to the high density of the enemies flocking together, many were caught inside the spell. The ones at the innermost had difficulty escaping due to being blocked by their comrades and also due to being slowed down by the disoriented status accompanying the spell. Thus, many of them died from that spell. The wall of vines formed a linear fence that only blocked one direction. Hence the other enemies could still come at Jack from other directions. However, stopping one part of the encirclement was already enough for Jack to take advantage of the situation. The knights and the warriors, who were not caught by the scroll spells, now came at Jack from left and right. Jack parried their attacks using his sword while blocking using the magic shield. He coped with them while moving closer to the wall of vines. Those melee experts were not stupid. They continued attacking Jack while keeping a safe distance from the vines to prevent from getting entangled. They were mocking Jack in their minds about how shallow his intention was, as it was easily seen through. Jack's back got close to the vine wall as he continued to defend, and then he used Flash Step. He appeared on the other side of the vine wall, which was now devoid of enemy. The arcane turbulence had cleared up the area, and its 10-second duration had expired. Jack was out of the encirclement. He caught sight of the group of magicians and mages not far ahead. Some healers were there too. He immediately used charge and rushed at them. The magicians did not expect him to suddenly appear nearby. Their reactions were slow. When they started to throw attacks, Jack was already near. Many of the attacks missed, while the ones that hit were blocked by magic shield. A small metal ball was thrown out from Jack's hand when he got near. The metal ball landed within the crowd of magicians. All of a sudden, a deafening blast was heard. The area around where the metal ball had landed was covered by a bright explosion. Everyone within the blast radius received damage, around 270 damage. Some of the lower-level magicians died immediately, while the others were at critical. The description said 300 damage, but guessed it was reduced by their defense, Jack thought. The metal ball was one of the disruptive bombs he had bought. He didn't let go of that golden opportunity. The disruptive bomb stopped those hit by the blast for 2 seconds, and all of them were in critical health already. There was even one mage caught in the blast. Without wasting time, Jack dived into them and slashed rapidly, claiming their lives while they were immobile. They were helpless to do anything. A healing light covered the mage when Jack reached him, but he gave the mage a power strike, claiming his life already despite getting healed. He then turned to the healer who had cast the healing spell. "It's your turn," Jack said as he tossed another disruptive bomb in the healer's direction. The healer got the scare of his life. He tried to run, but his slow movement could not save his fate. The bomb detonated, killing several players around him while stopping the movements of the ones that survived, only for Jack to reap their lives soon. Jack heard a swoosh sound and immediately ducked. He had heard such a sound before and knew an arrow was aiming at him. His duck luckily allowed him to dodge the arrow. He glanced at the direction the arrow was coming from. The archer was still too far, so Jack did not bother to go over. A movement in his radar caught his attention. A red dot was coming at high speed towards his back. He already knew who that was. He turned around with a magic scroll ready at hand. It was cast right before Slim Blade reached him. The rogue woman was abruptly stopped when a coil made of light bound her body. It was the magic bind spell. "Consider this repayment of favor for helping unrivaled arcaner," Jack uttered in his mind as he gave the bound rogue a strong kick. Slim Blade was sent far away by the kick while still bound. She had no idea her action during the guild meeting had saved her life here. Arrows kept on coming at him. The archer's accuracy was good. However, previously Jack was stuck inside encirclement, so he had minimal movement. Now, on the other hand, he could freely express his high movement speed, which was even higher than a normal level 20 rogue, due to his dual class added by his rare boot skill, which added 20% movement speed. Many of the arrows missed Jack, while the rare one that did was either blocked by his magic shield or cut into two by his sword. Jack did not forget to drink basic healing potion and then use the regeneration scroll, which cooldown was off now, recovering the missing health point from hits he had suffered all the while during the battle. With the help of the magic scrolls and disruptive bombs, the fight had truly become much easier. But he could not help to feel heartache every time the bomb went off, as each usage was coins gone. He was truly fighting using coins at the moment. Jack continued to kill more magic users as he moved at high speed, like a wolf in a hen pen. He saw the melee group were coming over to rescue their magic user comrades, led by the Golden Knight from before. Several rogues had now joined the fray. Jack presented them with another disruptive bomb. Some of them managed to evade to one side, especially the rangers and rogues, using their roll skill only to be met by another disruptive bomb again. The two bombs completely immobilized those melee troops. The stop effect of disruptive bombs was only 2 seconds, so in actuality Jack did not have much time. He did not waste this short time to kill the fighters group which had more health point. He chose instead to dive into the rangers and rogues, which required fewer hits to kill. And after the damage from the bomb itself, he only needed 1 hit to kill those rangers and rogues that survived. For the fighters, warriors, and knights who were immobilized by the first bomb, Jack threw another bomb again, which was now the 3rd bomb he had thrown in rapid succession. He couldn't care less about the expense at this moment. He still had another 30 bombs left in his bag. The second explosion managed to annihilate the remaining health they had left, except for the Golden Knight. The fact that the Golden Knight had survived did take Jack by surprise, but his movements never stopped as he reaped the lives of the rangers and rogues who were close to dying. Half of his attention was on the Golden Knight. Though he had survived, his life was only a hairbreadth from 0. Jack was about to shoot a ranged attack to finish the Golden Knight when a healing light enveloped the guy's body. There was still a healer around. Still, he was wondering how the knight had managed to survive the 2 disruptive bombs. That was a total of 600 damage he was talking about. Even after deducting from his armor and endurance, the damage should still be substantial. Unless that Golden Knight was like him, who managed to become an advanced class when he was still at level 15, which contributed to a higher attribute increase compared to the others who changed their class at later levels. He threw the Golden Knight out of the back of his mind. Now that he had been healed, it would be difficult to kill him. The Golden Knight also chose not to come after him. He retreated to drink some potions. Little did Jack know that the guy had also suffered trauma after being so close to death. It would take him a while before he gathered the courage to come at Jack again. Jack ran back to the place that was still covered by the wall of vines while being chased after by many players. Another group came from the other side. He took out another wall of vine scroll and cast it next to the first wall. The cooldown of that spell was 3 minutes while the wall itself could last 10 minutes, so he could actually stack the spell together. A second wall erupted right next to the first. One wall had a length of 15 meters. The second wall added it to a total of 30 meters, effectively separating the coalition's army into 2. The ones on the other side could still come at Jack, but they would need to walk a long roundabout to reach him. In the meantime, Jack was throwing his disruptive bombs at the troop on his side like nobody's business, then added another arcane turbulence scroll for good measure. The coalition was helpless as they witnessed their members kept on dying one after another. Where the hell did he get those bomb items? One of the guild leaders on the small hill asked in frustration. The person was a short and obese middle-aged man. His name was Fat Gregory. Interestingly, he chose to be a rogue. He was level 19. Perhaps the reason for his class choice was due to his grudge on being unable to move fast in real life. And how many scrolls did he have? Fat Gregory continued. Are you sure he is an independent player? You sure he is not a secret member of one of the top guilds? How is it possible for an independent player to have enough coins to buy all those magic scrolls? You have got us in quite a mess here, Elder Scarface. Prideful Josh also joined in the complaints. Well, I myself admire your competence in making mighty adversary. Manager Steelhand added with a critic of his own. Scarface couldn't help but glance at Big Arm upon hearing Steelhand's comment. Big Arm shrank back from the glare. There is no going back for us at this, Scarface said to the others. What do you think our reputation will be if we fail to take down this lone player here? We will be everyone's laughingstock. We must defeat him at all costs. The others did not mock Scarface's statement. Instead, almost everyone had a grim face because what Scarface had said was right. All of them would lose face if this matter was revealed to the public. They had to kill Jack before White Scarfs and the other independent players arrived, not only because of the worry that they might join hands, but also so they could cover this shame. Scarface turned to his underlings who stood behind him and uttered, Big Arm, Stonecleave, bring everyone and finish this. You are allowed to use everything at your disposal. The 2 nodded and departed. Scarface then turned to the other leaders and said, We can't afford to hold back anymore. If we keep on treating him as a lone player, we will lose even more. We need to go all out. The other leaders only needed a short moment before they nodded to their second in command or their bodyguards, who soon came down the hill to join the fray. Only the leaders stayed on that small hill with the 3 bound hostages and a few guards to watch over the hostages. Bowler, Flame, and the man themselves were dazed by what they had witnessed. They knew that Jack was strong, but they had no idea he was that strong. And they also had no idea about his magician's class. They were as surprised and as speechless as the leaders that held them hostage. Bowler was the one that snapped out of his daze and started to laugh vehemently. Ha ha ha! That's what you get for going against our big bro. Let all your members die a shameful death. And have no worry. We will make sure to spread what happens here to everyone. You cretin! Prideful Josh turned around with fury. He lifted his magic staff at Bowler. Hold! Scarface stopped him. Do you forget already about his equipment? Tisk! Prideful Josh returned his attention to the front. His face was red with anger. Bowler continued to throw insults at the leaders. We should have looked for an item that could keep a player quiet, Manager Steelhand lamented. Can stuffing his throat with a piece of cloth work? Queen Magenta offered a simple real-world solution. The others looked at each other before someone said, Let's give it a try, as reinforcements were sent by the guild leaders. Jack had never stopped his offensive. The guild members had now split apart and tried to put themselves away from each other. This way, even if Jack's bomb hit them, only a few would be affected. But this also gave another problem. With them spreading around like that, Jack could easily deal with them as none of them could cope with Jack individually. It became one player in the middle of a massive group chasing around the majority, while this majority tried their best to run from this lone player. It was an utterly comical incident. Of course, there were also those brave enough to risk facing him, some of which were ones that he knew of. At one time he found himself facing a quartet of Dasher, Flower Rain, Undo, and Warpath. All of them were level 18. Jack was especially impressed by Warpath, who had died not long ago, to be able to bring himself back to the level of the mainstream in such a short period, which showed his determination. Jack almost felt bad thinking that he was about to send the guy back to level 1 again. Another point that increased his impression of the fellow was that Warpath was already a warrior class. He was holding 2 longswords in both hands. He was still using that dual-wielding style of his despite the system gave his offhand weapon a much reduced damage. Bang Stick and Suck-It were nowhere to be seen. Those 2 were always the cowards of the bunch. Jack actually didn't hope to see any of the bunch here. After a few times going out on hunting quests with them as unrivaled arcaner, he admitted that this group had slightly grown on him. They were not bad people, they were just following orders. Jack did not use his disruptive bomb against them. The first reason was because they were spread out as well, the same as the other guild members. The second reason was that he still had reservations about killing them, except for Warpath. Still, he could not go soft at this time. They could only blame themselves for joining the wrong guild. Jack just hoped they didn't push him too far. Warpath came at him first. He used charge and rushed towards him. Jack was about to clash with him before he suddenly canceled his charge when it was about to connect. He abruptly changed position and swiped down at Jack's legs. Jack must admit the guy was skillful. His fame in past VR games was not without reason. Unfortunately, Jack's speed outclassed him, and Jack was also not exactly illiterate when it came to martial arts. Jack easily reacted to his move as he jumped up and avoided the swipe. He spun his body and swung his long sword down vertically. Warpath did not disgrace his fame. He used his offhand sword to meet with Jack's one, but he had known full well about Jack's overwhelming strength, so instead of having his sword crash directly with Jack's, he put it in an angle that it didn't compete with Jack's sword in brute strength, instead simply altered Jack's swing path. Jack's sword hit the ground instead, while Warpath used his main hand sword to stab at Jack while he was defenseless. However, Jack also had an offhand weapon. Although Jack did not have that kind of finesse technique as shown by Warpath, Jack's offhand weapon was more versatile. A magic shield made out of light appeared at the trajectory of Warpath's sword, deflecting it. The shield then disappeared and was replaced by several bolts coming after him. Warpath did a couple of backflips to evade the energy bolt spell. Some of the bolts still dogged him, which he cut several using the 2 swords in his hand. The ones that were cut by his offhand sword still caused him damage, as the damage from his offhand weapon was not high enough to offset Jack's energy bolts. While Warpath was busy dealing with his energy bolts, Jack had come running to his side, ready to give him swing. But 2-mana bullets came at him while he was about to execute the move. Jack switched the angle of his swing, and instead of Warpath, it cut through the 2-mana bullets, destroying them. Then he detected someone coming from behind him. It was Dasher, who was trying to flank him. Jack made a swift spin and did a back kick. The spinning back kick swept Dasher's saber aside. The kid's strength was completely trumped by Jack. Dasher lost control of his arm as it flew aside from Jack's strong kick. Jack then slashed at him. The kid was a fighter, he could survive 2 of Jack's normal attacks. Jack was just thinking of giving the kid a scare, so he would not come at him again. But when Jack was doing his second slash, Warpath came and put himself in harm's way. He parried Jack's second slash and saved Dasher. Huh? Jack was stumped. The guy was saving his comrade? Jack remembered him to be an arrogant and pompous player who held little respect for others. Who would think that he was selfless enough to save someone? After saving Dasher, the kid moved back to drink a potion, while Warpath came running back at Jack again. Jack changed his mind, he lost interest in killing Warpath. He took out a magic bind scroll and used it on the man, then kicked him away as he did to Slim Blade. If the guy persisted to come again at him, he would not spare him anymore. Jack then ran to the other part, looking for other victims. Dasher, Flower Rain, and Undo dared not come after him without Warpath. Jack sighed in his heart. He still ended up going soft on them. What could he do? He was a sucker for loyalty and friendship, he thought in his mind. On the other part, he did not show the same mercy. His disruptive bombs came out again whenever any of his enemies got stupid enough to cluster together. While the ones that were too scared of his bomb and chose to stand aside in solitary were cut down by his sword. The rests were bombarded by his spells and range attacks. He caught glimpses of the Crimson Shadow, who was Slim Blade from time to time. The sneaky rogue was free of magic bind and was tailing him again, but did not show any intention to attack. Probably was still afraid to get bound again. If she decided to attack, Jack would not let her go with a simple kick this time. Letting her go the first time could already be considered repayment for her favor from before. He mentally owed her nothing anymore. He had used up 26 disruptive bombs, he had only 9 left. He had killed a lot of players. Despite that, the crowd around him did not seem to be thinning. Heck, how many are they exactly? Jack complained in his mind. He decided to go slow with his remaining disruptive bombs, might need them in an emergency situation. The enemies seemed a bit more reserved now. He had much more leeway to drink his potions freely. Just as Jack thought he could relax for a bit, his radar picked up a red dot coming at him at high speed. Had Slim Blade finally gathered up the courage to attack him again? He thought as he spun around to receive the attack. It was another rogue woman, not Slim Blade. A slightly older woman than Slim Blade, but looked to be physically fit. He could even describe her body as alluring for a woman her age. The rogue woman was dual-wielding 2 unnaturally long daggers. Jack had no doubt the 2 daggers were at least uncommon, if not of rare grade. Jack used swing at her, she ducked expertly and used swift stab at Jack's lower body, or more precisely aiming at his most private part. Jack was given the scare of his life. Luckily his magic shield was on time to be activated and the blow was blocked. Even though this world followed game rules and his private part should be just fine after getting stabbed, he still was not keen on experiencing the pain of getting his PP stabbed. He used Inspect on the perverted woman. Fuck! He couldn't help but cursed out loud after reading her alias. She named herself Lustful Ellie, and was a member of the Guild Crowd of Sins. Jack then heard a loud shout from his other side and was reactive enough to block a heavy blow using his magic shield, which was still active. He was forced to backstep a few times from the force of the blow. He was surprised that someone could push him that way, and found that the person responsible was someone he knew. It was Goliath, the real man's right-hand man. "We meet again," Goliath uttered. "I will restore my honor out of the shame you gave me last time." "By ganging up on me?" Jack said. "That does not really sound like honor-restoring type of thing." "Don't waste your words on him," another voice came, Jack turned over and found another familiar face. It was Stonecleave from Death Associates. Standing beside him were an archer and another warrior, assistant manager Ironhand and supervisor Killmonger from Corporate United. There was also a slightly plump woman mage, called Beauty Beholder from Gluttonous Despot. The woman was rather confident to have that alias, Jack couldn't help but think. But it was the confidence of the girl next to her that made Jack speechless after reading her name. Jack had no doubt this teenage girl was somehow related to Queen Magenta, because her alias was Princess Purple. And she was also from Wicked Witches. She was using a healer class. Aside from them, several others were coming closer to Jack. All of them were of the advanced classes. So, the real experts had finally shown up, Jack thought. Some of the experts that had attacked him before, the Golden Knight, and the cautious archer had also reappeared again. Perhaps they had finally shown themselves because they thought he had run out of his disruptive bombs? Oh, how they were in for a surprise, Jack thought as he smiled. You can still smile? Big Arm came out from the crowd. We will soon wipe out that smug smile from your face. Don't you think you are so good just because you are able to fight us till this point? What the hell? You are the only one still at a basic class here. Why are you acting like a big shot? Jack shot back. And how do you even have the stomach to say, just because? How about we have all those people I killed, ganging up on you and see how you fare? Can you still be shameless enough to say, just because? You a Euro. Bygarm's face was red with anger. While they were quarreling, Goliath ran at Jack and brandished his two-handed heavy mace. Hey, wait! Are you not going to let us have a talk first? Jack said as he sidestepped to the side to evade the blow. No talk, Goliath uttered. His heavy mace stopped in mid-swing and changed direction to pursue Jack. Die! He roared. The hell? Wasn't that heavy? Jack commented about Goliath's act of altering the trajectory of his mace. His hand, however, did not stop. His Stormbreaker met with the heavy mace and a loud clang was heard. Goliath was forced backward. Despite his gigantic frame, his strength still lost to Jack. Jack didn't let the opportunity go as he fired standard range attacks at the giant. Goliath deftly smacked all the range attacks coming his way. The others had also moved. Several arrows, mana bullets, and energy bolts came Jack's way. Jack used Flash Step to evade the straight traveling attacks while using his sword to slash at the ones that chased after him. A spell rune started forming on the tip of his magic staff. Stop! Move back! That was his ice spell. Assistant Manager Ironhand shouted when he saw the rune forming on Jack's staff. Jack had used the Ice Ring spell several times when he was slaughtering the guild members, so many had seen when he cast it. But still, the rune only lasted for a short moment before the spell took effect. To be able to memorize the rune of this corresponding spell in those few exchanges was outstanding, not to mention to be able to recognize it while the rune was still half-formed. The melee classes that were rushing at Jack hurriedly back away again after hearing the warning. Nevertheless, some were still hit by the spell. They were either already too close or were too slow in acknowledging Ironhand's warning. 2 rogues, 1 knight and Goliath were the ones that were hit. Amongst them, one of the rogues and the knight were those unlucky enough to get frozen status. Jack wanted to capitalize on their frozen status and took them out of the equation, but when he was about to approach, the ground between him and those 2 frozen opponents flared up. Shit, the arcane turbulence spell. Jack recognized the effect as he retreated back. It was the plump mage, Beauty Beholder, that had cast the spell, effectively saving her comrades. The ground where Jack had retreated to flared up again. Another? Jack was speechless, but his body did not stop. His high speed brought him to the edge of the spell area before the spell took effect. However, as he was about to jump out of the spell effect area, the ground in front of him showed the same flaring effect. These expert mages are good. He gave them his praise in his mind while also making a pledge to kill them soon. Jack used Flash Step as the ground beneath him erupted. The spectators only saw his afterimage getting swallowed by the arcane turbulence. Common players would assume that he had been stunned still by the chain spells, and ended up not moving on his spot and was hit by the spell. However, these lots here were not common players. They had seen Jack's Flash Step move many times as well. Assistant Manager Ironhand, who had his arrow readily knocked on his bow, let loose of his arrow as it traveled directly to the spot where Jack appeared. Jack was shocked to find an arrow heading his way just as he teleported, but his reaction was not slow, probably thanks to his high reflex stat as well. He bent his body back as he narrowly dodged the arrow. However, another arrow hit him from another direction. Spells and arrows continued to bombard him as he danced around the attack. His armor gave him reduced damage from ranged attacks, but these many attacks were still too overwhelming. Not to mention, the current attacks were made by experts who knew how to coordinate and position themselves well, unlike the haphazard ones from before. The melee opponents no longer rushed over to him. They stood at the side and only attacked when Jack was trying to go after the range classes. This was troublesome, Jack muttered. He was not allowed the time to drink potions. His health point kept on decreasing steadily. All right, you guys are good. He paused a bit before correcting, "Oh, I'm sorry, and gals also." His opponents glanced at each other. The fellow still had the mood to joke around. "Now, I will be showing you folks my helper too," Jack said and tossed 3 disruptive bombs around him in rapid succession. The experts saw his move. 3 mages came out to receive each of the bombs while the other retreated. Spell runes were formed and the 3 of them were covered by barriers. They blocked the bomb with their bodies as it exploded, keeping the rest of their comrades safe from the explosions. So they had prepared a counter move in case if he still had bombs, Jack thought. But he had expected as much. No way these so-called experts relied themselves on the assumption that he ran out of ammo. However, Jack was not using the bombs as a killing move. They were only to allow him a breather. He took out a small figurine from his storage bag. The figurine was of cat shape in red color. It was the Pyro Lynx figurine which he had bought. He crushed that rare item and it broke into many tiny pieces. Fire erupted from the pieces and they were burnt to ashes before they could touch the ground. The fire from the broken pieces danced in the air, creating multiple flame tongues that rapidly converged in front of Jack, forming a 4-legged silhouette. The silhouette was fuzzy at first, but as all the flame tongues had seeped into it, the shape became more vivid. It resembled a large cat with a slender body. Its ears were long with a pointy shape and pointing upward. When its eyes opened, which were 2 bright glowing orbs where the eye sockets should have been, its body was ablaze with a raging fire. Jack's opponents were motionless as they were enthralled by the appearance of this elemental cat. What is that?" One of them blurted out. The Pyro Lynx stared at the crowd in disdain, but it stayed its place. It didn't move without Jack's order. Jack made an inspect on the summoned creature, and it was indeed a level 20 special elite creature. "Do not be discouraged. It was just one monster," Stonecleave shouted out to assuage the others. Everyone agreed with his words. It was just one monster. They had traveled this world and fought countless monsters, some much larger than the cat in front. This one small monster should not be a problem for experts such as them. Assistant Manager Ironhand shot an arrow at the fire cat for a test. The cat nimbly jumped to the side, evading the arrow. If it is evading such a normal attack, there is no need to worry. It will just be another monster for us to kill, Assistant Manager Ironhand said, further motivating his teammates. "Do you still have any toys left, boy?" Lustful Ellie spoke with a teasing voice. "Take them all out. Madam will play with you." "I'm sorry, Auntie. You are not my type," Jack replied. He shivered remembering where this woman almost hit him at. Lustful Ellie did not appreciate her being called Auntie. Yet her teasing tone remained. "Naughty boy, I will punish you for daring to call me Auntie." "Heh, let's finish this," Goliath uttered. As they were about to move, Jack gave the Pyro Lynx a simple command. "Go," he said. The fire cat vanished from its position. Before anyone could register its disappearance, they heard yells from the side. They turned and saw several of their comrades were covered in blazing flame. They did not understand what had happened at first, but then they saw blurs of shadow speeding around inside the crowd. Wherever the shadow passed through, the players there caught fire. Their health point fell incessantly as their bodies burnt. "Damn, it was really fast," Jack said in his mind. That Pyro Lynx specialty was speed, Other than that, it did not have many redeeming qualities. Jack heard Penuel explaining in his mind. Its source of damage was mainly from its fire skill. Anyone it scratched will catch fire and suffered flame damage. It is a very powerful summon to use against Outworlders at this stage because most of you are still without any elemental resistance. It is indeed so, Jack muttered under his breath as he admired the work of his summoned creature. The enemies were already in chaos at the time, and when he remembered this summon of his lasted for 1 hour, he felt slight pity for his enemies. While Jack was admiring the Pyro Lynx in action, he heard Assistant Manager Ironhand yelled out, "Take Stormwind down. His summoned creature will disappear once he is gone." The heck did he get that logic from? Jack complained in his mind when he heard the man's shout. "He is right, though," Penuel answered even though Jack was not asking her. "If they kill you, that Pyro Lynx will get unsummoned." Crap! Jack cursed as the experts were coming at him. He threw another 2 disruptive bombs at the experts and ran at where the Pyro Lynx had cleared a path. That side was in such chaos that nobody on that side was paying attention when Jack dived into their throng. Jack slashed at the ones who were suffering from the flame, relieving them from their sufferings, and sent them to the afterlife, which in this case was the return to level 1. When the mass of experts was gaining on him, he used Wall of Vines again, blocking those experts' advance. Too bad none of them getting caught by the vines. They were sensitive enough to be aware when there was danger. They still had to make a large detour, though. In the meantime, Jack continued to kill the ones on fire as he followed the trail of the Pyro Lynx. Jack was just thinking that one thing was unfortunate. Why didn't that Pyro Lynx go pounce on those top experts? If he could kill those experts while they were busy with the Pyro Lynx, it would make this remaining battle much easier. Perhaps it was his own fault. He should have given the cat a more detailed command, like go bite that scary perverted auntie or something like that. The Pyro Lynx was too fast. Jack could only follow the trail of fire it left in order to estimate its whereabout. It was seemingly attacking at random. The surrounding was full of enemies after all, so it had no shortage of targets. As he was still following the trail of fire and killed those with low health due to burning damage, his radar picked up something approaching fast. Jack turned and saw the perverted auntie again. He jumped back as his long sword danced and clashed with her daggers. Ranger's silent step was really dangerous, Jack thought. He would have been backstabbed if not for his radar. He cast energy bolts at Lustful Ellie, then saw another red dot attempted to sneak at him. He quickly turned around with a magic shield. Slim Blade's crimson dagger barely missed him as it scraped the surface of his magic shield. Then he suddenly cannot move as a rope of light tied his body. A strong force hit his back. He flew forward and saw his health point fell. He planted his feet on the ground and skidded to a stop. Still bound, he turned back and saw Supervisor Killmonger. The guy had used Magic Bind Scroll on him and then hit him with a power strike. The other experts started showing up as well. When Supervisor Killmonger was about to lunge at him again, Pyro Lynx suddenly dashed out from the side and pounced at him. He barely managed to parry its attack. Because the Lynx's attack hit his sword, he did not catch fire. Supervisor Killmonger quickly backstepped to put some distance from the cat. "Good cat," Jack called out. The Pyro Lynx might have automatically come when it detected its master was attacked. "Restrain the cat. The others, finish Storm Wind." Assistant Manager Ironhand started barking orders to get their group in coordination. None dared to come near the fire cat, so instead, they threw ranged attacks at it. It was agile, but still, it could not evade all the attacks. Good thing his special elite grade gave him a much higher health point pool compared to a normal monster. Stonecleave and Goliath, who had just arrived, went to Jack at once. Their hands glowed with red aura as they both activated Adrenaline Rush. Jack was under the effect of Magic Bind, so they were prepared to deal him the highest damaging hits possible while he was still restrained. They lifted their weapons to attack. Jack took out the Liberty of Movement again and used it. The energy rope binding his body was broken apart. Jack used Swing when the warriors duo was still startled by the sudden change. He then jumped back to avoid the two's blows. His magic staff alighted with a rune. He had trained a lot with the Ice Ring spell, and with each usage during combat, his familiarity with the spell increased. The rune was formed rapidly and a blue ring of ice exploded outwards. The two warriors and more others who were on their way towards Jack were hit by the spell, including Lustful Ellie and Slim Blade, who tried to sneak in and backstab him. Unfortunately, only Stonecleave was frozen. Jack did not waste this opportunity. The range enemies were still busy dealing with his summoned creature. He used the heal scroll to recover his health and then slashed rapidly at Stonecleave. As Jack was about to deal the finishing blow, a healing light saved Stonecleave from certain death. Stonecleave was out of frozen status and he retreated back with his weapon at the front ready to defend himself from further assault. It was Princess Purple who had saved Stonecleave. The teenage girl even had the audacity to throw Jack an arrogant look, as if her preventing Jack from scoring a kill had somehow shown that she was a better player. Now I'm sure that girl must have Queen Magenta's blood flowing inside her. Jack thought with annoyance and sent her a sword of light. A female knight from Wicked Witches came forward and put herself in front of Princess Purple to protect her. The sword of light hit the female knight's shield. She received damage but was not significant. A princess was sure to have a bodyguard, Jack thought. He did not want to waste his time with them. He drank basic healing potion and basic energy potion while he had the chance, then turned to another direction to pick on easier targets. He glanced at the Pyro Lynx's side. His summoned creature was faring better than him. Although it suffered some damage, its movement was too fast to be controlled. It had managed to dive into the range player ranks, burning some with his flame and causing much chaos. Assistant Manager Ironhand was having trouble controlling the situation. Jack rushed over to him. That chaotic situation was the best chance to try to kill him. The Golden Knight, which gave him trouble in the past, appeared to block his way. "Move aside," Jack said as he executed Power Strike. The blow hit heavily on the Golden Knight's shield. The Golden Knight had activated his Endure skill, but he still got pushed 2 meters away by Jack's Power Strike. The 2 meters gap was enough for Jack to dash past him. Jack shot Mana Bullet at Assistant Manager Ironhand. Because he was distracted, the spell hit. Jack's Mana Bullet could directly take out a normal low-level ranger or magician, but Assistant Manager Ironhand was not your typical backwater player. His gears were all at least uncommon, and he was a level 20 advanced class. Still, Jack's single Mana Bullet took out more than half his life. Realizing the danger, Assistant Manager Ironhand immediately retreated. A bunch of his subordinates came out to block Jack's advance. Fuck this guild players, did they always have to have bodyguards? Jack cursed in his mind. He threw a disruptive bomb at this row of bodyguards, killing half in the process. The other half were immediately getting healed by healers. Jack shot range attacks at the healers and was about to run to them when his body was bound again by magic bind. Lustful Ellie had appeared beside him and used the scroll. She then stabbed his side. Jack used Liberty of Movement and Break Free and then returned the favor by using his own magic bind scroll. "Let's see how you fare," he said as Lustful Ellie was rendered immobile. "How do you break free?" She spoke out with unwillingness. Jack slashed her instead of answering her question, but a healing light immediately brought her health point to safety again. Another green light followed and Lustful Ellie found freedom again. She immediately retreated. "What's that green light?" Jack asked Penuel. "It's Cure spell. Healers gained this spell when they hit level 20. It removes all negative effects from the target." Jack glanced and saw that it was Princess Purple again that had cast both spells. The girl was arrogant, but she did have some skill. She had used her skills at the right timing. Jack was about to dash over to wipe that smug smile off her face when he received a message. "Finally. It's about time," Jack said in his mind. Jack was in thought about how he should proceed after receiving the message, while his enemies came at him again in drove. He was glad to have received the message. Otherwise, he would need to rely on the Themisphere Beaconstone once his other magic tools were used up. He cast Barrier to allow himself more freedom to think about his approach while continued to trade blows with his opponents. When his barrier expired, his opponents suddenly backed away. Jack was baffled by the act. His surrounding was suddenly devoid of players. His Pyro Lynx went on and chased over the retreating enemies. Since Jack was not suffering any damage at the moment, That summoned creature had free rein to do as it pleased. The retreating players revealed another group of players lining up not far ahead. Big Arm was amongst that group. Jack had been wondering where the guy had disappeared to. He was planning to do what he should have done in the past when he had his first encounter with the fellow. "This is the end for you," Big Arm shouted out. Jack chuckled at his threat. "Are you planning to do something? Have you not watched those old action TV shows? Mostly the villains failed to win because they tried to talk about what they are going to do before they actually do it. So are you going to tell me what you are about to do?" "Humph. I'm about Toyuro." Big Arm stopped his words mid-sentence because a disruptive bomb was flying his way. He hastily took out a scroll and activated it. A wide wall made of light appeared in front of him. The bomb hit the wall and detonated, shaking the wall in the process, but it remained standing. Toyuro Big Arm was trembling with rage. The guy didn't even let him finish his sentence. Jack simply shrugged. "I was just trying to make my case." Big Arm decided he was done talking. He gave the sign to the group lining up beside him. Each of them took out a magic scroll. Jack was surprised. There were 20 of them. Each of them was holding a scroll. Those were extravagant spending considering guilds had high expenditure, and from their pose they intended to use them all at the same time. No wonder they were clearing the space, Jack thought. The group proceeded to activate their magic scrolls. Runes were formed and spells were cast. All of those scrolls were fireball scrolls. Rows of fireballs flew in Jack's direction. They advanced in a linear formation. Jack was positioned in the middle of the path they would be traveling. Jack calculated and surmised that even with his speed, either running to his left or his right, he would not be able to run out of the coverage of this linear fireball formation. The 20 fireballs were also fired at an interface, making it 2 lines of fireball. Each fireball had one more following behind. This was probably to counter his flash step skill. "No wonder I can't find any more fireball magic scroll in that magic scroll shop," Jack thought. As the fireball approached, he smiled and took out his own magic scroll from his bag. The same magic wall which had protected Big Arm from Jack's disruptive bomb was now protecting Jack from the fireball barrage. "No!" Big Arm shouted unwillingly. "I have bought all the magic wall scrolls." How did he still have one? The magic wall was broken by the combined assault of the fireball, but the spells had completed their assault after clashing with the wall, so none of them reached Jack. Jack had heard Big Arm's shout. So that's why there was only one scroll of magic wall left in the shop. That must have been coincidentally the single piece that got restocked after Big Arm bought them all. Jack thanked his luck stat again for that single piece. They had been waiting for him to use his barrier before executing this tactic because they were confident that he did not have any other defensive method. Big Arm was pulling his hair in frustration after seeing the magic wall appeared. They had wasted so many coins for these magic scrolls and they still failed? Wait, did they fail? He looked again to where the fireball had collided with Jack's magic wall. The flame was raging at that position. Since the fireball was shot in linear formation, it was like a fence of fire had been constructed at the place. The ground was still aflame and thick smoke was produced due to all the burnings. They could not see through all the smoke. The weird thing was, there was no activity seen. Jack might not be directly hit by the fireballs, but could he be burned to death already from all those flames? Big Arm walked forward anxiously. He tried to peer through the thick smoke. A shadow suddenly dashed out of the smoke from his right. Big Arm felt as if his heart almost leaped out of his chest. He ran backward frantically and ended up trip himself and fell. He looked at the shadow that had scared the shit out of him. It was Jack all right. He was running away from here. Big Arm immediately rose and yelled to the others, "Chase him!" The others looked at him in disdain. He had shown such cowardice even though the opponent was not coming at him. Now he still dared to bark orders. The lower-level members of Death Associates did not dare to disobey though, so they still followed his command and gave chase immediately. However, those experts wind up intentionally pausing for a bit. Their pride made them intentionally do the opposite of this coward's command even though they themselves wanted to chase after Jack. So Big Arm's order had instead caused an opposite result. They just stood there and looked at him as if saying, "What are you going to do about it?" Big Arm was fuming with anger and embarrassment. But before he could say any more words, a commotion happened at the opposite side of the smoke, where Jack had dashed out from. There was a second Jack there, hacking away at the players who gathered over there. Everybody looked at the scene with stupefaction. They turned to the other side. There was the first Jack who was still running further away. Some of the guild players at that side were trying to block him. Others tried to catch up to him. They turned back again and saw the second Jack using shredding Fong and killing players in drove. The Pyro Lynx had come back to Jack's side and aiding in killing those around him. Another commotion happened at the side where the first Jack had gone to. They turned back and looked at that side. They saw the players at that side were pausing, their faces expressing surprise and confusion. They then saw the reason for those players' expressions. A group of fighters with shields had linked together and formed a wall to block Jack's advance. There was no gap in their rank, so they expected Jack to ram through them. They held up their shields bracing for impact. Yet when Jack touched them, they felt no force. Jack's body went through them as if it was made of air. "It's just a decoy," Assistant Manager Ironhand exclaimed after witnessing the scene. He then pointed to the second Jack who was still fighting and said, "That's the real one. Get him." The experts rushed over, weapons ready and determination on each of their faces. This was the first time they had to work together and still had difficulty killing a single player. For their honor, they could not let him live. Scarface and the other guild leaders were still watching from over the small hill. They were silent as they watched the battle. Depicting 1,000 people fighting against a single person as a battle was perhaps not appropriate. It was more proper to call such an act as execution. It was indeed a slaughter, yet it was the other way around. One person was slaughtering through the 1,000 people. Each of the guild leaders was having difficulty trying to accept this fact. Not just one of them that subconsciously pinched their arms several times, trying to make sure that they were not currently in a dream. While they were all looking at Jack continuing his massacre, one among them was looking the other way. Scarface had his eyes on the first Jack that had turned out to be fake. That fake Jack was just a mirage where none of the players could touch, yet it continued to run through the guild members. At first, Scarface thought that it was just the aftereffect of a unique spell that Jack owned. The doppelganger was just created as a temporary decoy to distract their experts, and that fake image would continue to move in a direction until the spell expired. But then the doppelganger changed direction. In fact, it changed direction several times. Scarface slowly noticed that the doppelganger was inching closer to the small hill where they were standing at. Scarface continued to pay attention to the doppelganger. That fake Jack was now running straight at them. "Something is wrong," Scarface told the others. "You bet something is very wrong," Fat Gregory said. "I won't have joined this plan of yours if I know you are making us go against that monster. My guild lost a lot of good men down there. I'm talking about that fake one," Scarface explained to them while pointing at fake Jack who was coming closer. "What about it?" "It is just an image," Fat Gregory replied. His tone was completely undermining the alarm that Scarface was trying to indicate. "He is right. Why are you concerning yourself with a spell's after effect? We should be discussing how to defeat that Real Storm wind over there." Queen Magenta expressed her thought. "Leave it be, Scarface. It was harmless," Manager Steelhand said. "Let him waste his time as he like. Anyone else has called for reinforcements?" Prideful Josh spoke. "I have one group that was doing hunting quests not far from here. They are on their way as we speak," Manager Steelhand informed them. "I have some people on the way as well," another guild leader added. Scarface saw no hope in relying on them as he heard their conversations. His eyes had never left the fake Jack, who was now at the foot of the small hill already. Scarface walked away from them towards the path that Doppelganger was going at. "Hey, where are you going?" Manager Steelhand called out to Scarface. "Leave him be. He had probably lost hope already about how to deal with this mess," Prideful Josh uttered. Scarface did not comment on their words. His attention was fully at the incoming doppelganger. He cast Mana Bullet at it. As everyone expected, the Mana Bullet went through Fake Jack as if there was nothing there. He even used his best spell, the Entrapping Mana Claws, hoping that this unique spell of him had the effect of affecting the doppelganger. "He has gone nuts," Fat Gregory commented on Scarface's action. Prideful Josh laughed at the comment. Scarface ignored them. He put himself in front of Jack's doppelganger as it approached. Scarface cast barrier to protect himself and used his body as an obstacle. Yet the doppelganger still passed through him as everyone had expected. Fool! Prideful Josh insulted him on his latest antics. Scarface turned around and looked at the back of the doppelganger, who was now moving away from him. His eyes then landed in the direction where the doppelganger was heading at. A realization came to him as he yelled to warn the others. He is going to save his friends. The guild leaders were not putting much importance on Scarface's suspicion. Hence, when he yelled, they did not really consider it to be serious and continued to ignore him. Not that it mattered anyway, because at the time when Scarface was yelling to warn the others, Jack's doppelganger was already very close to Bowler and the others. The three hostages were also confused by the scene of Jack's image coming towards them. At that moment, the Jack which was fighting with the others a distance away suddenly vanished, leaving only the pyro links in combat. The experts thought that he had used another unknown skill or spell again. They frantically looked around as they tried to locate where he had disappeared to. After Jack activated his body double ability to change location with his doppelganger, he immediately took out 2 of his remaining 3 disruptive bombs. He threw the first one at the guards who stood behind Bowler and the others. For the second bomb he threw to the unsuspecting guild leaders. Scarface, who from the start had his suspicion on Jack's doppelganger, immediately put himself between Jack and the guild leaders. His barrier was still active, he had no problem taking damage from the bomb. That second bomb detonated after hitting Scarface's barrier. Scarface was knocked back from the explosion, but otherwise he was fine. The other guild leaders did not suffer any damage as well. They had finally turned around after the sound of the explosion and saw Scarface, who was stumbling towards them. The first bomb that Jack threw at the guards also exploded. The guards were mostly oblivious, so they did not react at all to Jack's bomb. Jack had thrown the bomb a little bit away so as to not damage his friends. Most of the guards were killed by the explosion. Only 2 survived, but Jack's slashes soon took away the survivors' remaining health. Jack then made a fast swing and cut at each of the magic ropes that restrained his friends. Thankfully, the ropes were not so hard to cut. 1 slash was enough to take away the bindings. The 3 immediately rose and took out their weapons. They stood behind Jack, ready to back him up. "Are we going to continue this?" Jack asked Scarface and the others. Fat Gregory's eyes were wide with disbelief. "How did you a euro? It doesn't matter." Scarface cut him mid-sentence. "An enemy is standing in front of us. Ready your weapons." "So we are still doing this?" Jack asked again. "Do not flatter yourself, we still outnumber you. Wait till our reinforcement arrive. You still won't be able to escape us," Queen Magenta uttered. "Not if mine arrives first," Jack replied with a smile as he pointed in a direction. They turned to where he was pointing at and saw a group of people coming over. It was the group from White Scarfs. There was also another guild on their side, St. Edge. They numbered almost 300 people. "How a euro? Why are they so fast?" "It was not yet 2 hours, Manager Steelhand said. Scarface was also in disbelief, but what he did not understand was why his mole was not informing him that White Scarf's group was nearby already. While Scarface and the others were watching White Scarf's and St. Edge groups, Jack asked Bowler and the others, "Why can't I send you messages?" "That bald dude got something that can jam messaging function," Bowler replied, referring to Scarface. Jack nodded. Penuel did mention an item like that before, so he did not find it strange. What he found weird was why Scarface jammed their message. If they sent him messages about them being caught captives, wouldn't it be more convincing that Bowler and the others were indeed in Death Associates' clutches? While Jack saved his friends on that small hill, Silverwing and the others had just arrived on the battlefield. William of Wellington, an elder of St. Edge, who was also the current acting leader of St. Edge Guild because the other leaders' whereabouts were unknown in this new world, was standing beside Silverwing. The 2 acting leaders watched the scene before them with disquiet. "Where are the powerful force that is battling the coalition?" William of Wellington asked. "There are many corpses though, so a fierce battle was fought here, and still ongoing since the corpses have not vanished, Silverwing said. Look over there. He pointed at a place where they could see a portion of the coalition army in battle with a seemingly small monster. It was not so clear from the distance, and also because the monster moved at high speed, but the monster looked like a fiery cat. Many of the players that were fighting with that monster were also on fire. Did that single monster do all the killings? William of Wellington asked. I told you not to trust that fellow. A level 20 female knight spoke. She was William's aide. Her alias was Radiant Phoebe. St. John might have his flaws, but I don't believe he means us harm, William said. And the coalition does seem to have suffered quite a loss here. If we can capitalize on it, we can put a dent in their growth. They still outnumber us by at least twice though, Phoebe said, as she tried to estimate the number of players that were still alive. Jack did have killed a lot of players, but he was still only one person after all. There were still more than 600 of the coalition players on the field. Look over there. Bluedays pointed at a small hill not far away. There were some players there. They seem to be fighting. It's just a couple of people. Radiant Phoebe snorted. I still don't see the powerful force that was mentioned by John. So, should we do this? Silverwing asked. We have come all this way. We will announce ourselves openly as the enemy of the coalition if we do, Radiant Phoebe warned. Are we not already? Silverwing countered. When we decided not to join their coalition, they have already seen us as adversaries. Brother Silverwing is right, William said. The coalition has been growing stronger by the day. We need to clip their wings before they become too strong for us to handle. This is one of our chances. Their formation looked to be in chaos. Most are still focusing their attention on that monster. We should be able to take advantage of their disorganization. Silverwing nodded. Yes, we should strike from the other side, lest we get entangled with that monster as well. St. John had also promised reinforcement. He should not be far away. We can do this. Let us ride to battle then. William of Wellington gave the signal for his guild to charge. The two guilds who had just arrived slowly get into formation. They moved steadily as they approached the coalition army. The players of the coalition had seen the new troops approaching, but most of the top players who they took command from were at the other side dealing with Jack's pyrolinks. The ones that were slightly higher in rank hastily organized the players to face the newcomer troops. Both parties soon clashed. Both sides started with range spells and attacks before their melee class charged into each other. Scarface watched the two sides clashed with trepidation. It was true that they still outnumber the enemy force by twice. If it was only facing against the two guilds, their current state should still be more than fine. After all, most of their top experts were still alive and kicking. But what if they still had to face Jack? When Jack was alone, they had already barely managed to cope with him. Now another force had shown up. Their situation was actually more precarious. With great unwillingness, he finally uttered the words that he thought he would never say today. Let's retreat. What? Are you kidding? Prideful Josh immediately showed his disapproval. Yes, we still have many members. There is no reason for us to yield. Queen Magenta exclaimed. Retreating now will severely hurt our reputation. How will we gain more members if everyone heard of this? Fat Gregory chimed in. The other guild leaders also expressed their objection to Scarface's suggestion. Manager Steelhand was silent. He glanced at Jack, who was still standing behind them. Although they were observing the coming of White Scarfs and St. Edge groups, half their attention was still on Jack. After all, how could one relax when such a frightening opponent was standing not far away? Manager Steelhand's thought was the same as Scarface's. He would choose to retreat under the current situation. However, most of the coalition leaders had opted to continue fighting. He couldn't sway the group's decision with just the two of them, even if they were two out of the three main leaders of the coalition. Scarface was also feeling helpless. The situation had indeed turned to the worst. Leaving now would indeed be very bad for the coalition's reputation. Perhaps they should bet on fighting till the end. Very admirable show of valiance, you lots. A snarky comment was spoken amongst them. It was Blackjack. He did not go down there with the other top experts because he did not consider himself under the coalition's order. He was only here to watch the show. You are here just a guest. I suggest you watch your words, prideful Josh said. Blackjack simply smirked at the remark. What's that? One of the guild leaders pointed out at the distance. It was the direction of the forest where Jack had come from. There was a low but dense cloud of dust on top of the row of trees in the forest. It was still far behind the forest, but it seemed to be moving closer. They observed the phenomenon for a while before someone gave his opinion. It looked like something was moving behind the forest. Not something, a lot of things. Another guild leader said his piece. It couldn't be Euro. A realization came to Manager Steelhand, before he said with a serious tone, "We have to leave." "What? Not you too?" "Uta Euro." Manager Steelhand interrupted Fat Gregory's objection crudely. He said, "Do you remember about the message I received about St. John?" Fat Gregory was confused at first. He tried to remember what they have talked about before his eyebrows raised in realization. "Wait, you are not suggesting that dust cloud to be Euro?" "I think that is what it exactly is." Manager Steelhand again cut off Fat Gregory's sentence. "I don't know how he managed to rile up so many independent players, but looking at that dust cloud, their numbers were not small." The others who were still oblivious came to understanding after hearing his last words. They looked again at that cloud of dust. A force that could produce such dust cloud upon their marching would indeed be not minuscule. "Let's retreat," Manager Steelhand repeated Scarface's words. But this time none were showing objection. Scarface turned to Jack and said, "We will settle this another time." Jack replied with a shrug. "Let's go," Scarface said to the others. They started walking down the hill. All the leaders sent out messages to their subordinates in the army below as they walked. Most were not aware of rapid footsteps from behind them. Scarface was in the middle of typing his message when his instinct warned him, and he made an abrupt turn. Jack was already nearby, his sword lifted, and was about to cut down. Scarface did not have enough time to react. However, another person suddenly appeared in front of him and clashed with Jack's downward swing. The person was sent flying and bumped into Scarface as he was sent tumbling away again. Scarface quickly rose after the fall and saw that the person that had saved him was Blackjack, who quickly took out a potion to recover his health. "You a Euro," he snarled at Jack. "Damn, if only I have silent step skill like Ranger," Jack uttered, lamenting his failed ambush. "What's the meaning of this? Do you have no honor?" Manager Steelhand exclaimed. "You have the guts to talk about honor after kidnapping my friends?" Jack retorted. "So you plan to continue fighting with us?" Manager Steelhand brandished his weapon. The others followed suit. "Never intending to stop, actually," Jack admitted. "Just thought I can get a free kill this way. Also, I never said anything about stop fighting. I simply ask you the question. You don't think I'm a nice guy now, do you? I'm nice to my friends, but I can be nasty to my enemy. I still regret the time when I let go of Big Arm. I thought he could really die at that time. I guess I'm not ready to be a murderer yet then." "Are you ready now?" Scarface said as he readied his magic staff. "Oh, I'm not sure. Since you don't really die here in this world, no matter how many times I kill you. I will never really know now, won't I?" Jack replied. "Then there's nothing further to discuss," Scarface said as he cast energy bolts. An arrow flew past Jack, aiming at Scarface as he cast his spell. One of the guild leaders, who was a knight, saw the arrow attack and went forward to receive it using his shield. Fierce Flame continued to fire her arrows at random targets amongst the guild leaders. Bowler aided by casting his range spells as well. While the man charged forward targeting one particular guild leader, who at the time was actually continuing to retreat towards the coalition army. The real man was running, ignoring the other guild leaders who had engaged in combat with Jack and the others. "You coward! Where are you running off to?" The man called out to the fleeing the real man. No one could blame the cowardly guy though. He was still a fighter at level 14 after all. He would stand no chance in the fight back there, so all he could do was run to where his subordinates were. "We can't stay," Scarface called to the others as he continued to throw range attacks. He briefly glanced at the dust cloud that still lingered above the faraway forest. "Tell that to these assholes. Queen Magenta replied. She fought as fiercely as her male counterparts. We will continue to fight as we retreat. I've called for a division to come to face them, Manager Steelhand said. I don't think one division is enough for that guy, Fat Gregory remarked. The man had come back. He could not continue chasing after the real man. He joined in the fight against the guild leaders. The guild leaders themselves weren't pushovers. All of them were experts in their own right. Most notable were Scarface and Prideful Josh, both of whom were level 20 mages. Though they did not seem to be on good terms with one another, their expertise allowed them good coordination. Their spells had managed to put a level of restriction upon Jack's movement. The fact was, it was not only the two mages' good coordination that restricted Jack. At the moment, he did not dare to just charge recklessly like before. He could move freely when he was fighting alone, but now he needed to protect his three friends as well. He had chosen to save them at the last moment after he received the message that reinforcement was near, precisely because he did not want to get bogged down by them. If he rushed over and the guild leaders decided to focus their fire on one of his friends, it would be really difficult for him to keep them alive. It would be a shame to let them die after going through the trouble of saving them. The guild leaders continued to retreat as they fought. During the fight, there was one leader who overestimated his ability. It was the leader of a guild called 6 Rings of Prosperity. The guy was a level 20 rogue. He was brave enough to try for an opportunity to backstab Jack, something that even Blackjack chose not to attempt at this time. Jack used Magic Bind Scroll on him and then had him buried to the ground. The guy's name was Luckholder. Not so lucky though, Jack thought. When Jack killed his first coalition's guild leader, Scarface took the chance to cast his entrapping mana claws again. Jack had learned from Penuel that the cooldown of that spell was only 3 minutes, so he had prepared for that spell, and he had a much easier way to counter it than using barrier like last time. When the claws formed around him, he executed Flash Step. He was gone already before the claws could hit him. But then he saw Manager Steelhand took out another magic scroll. Jack did not take chance this time. He cast barrier before a bolt of lightning shot from the scroll and struck at him. It was not the chain lightning spell he noticed. This lightning was slightly weaker and it did not continue to jump at his friends. It was still strong enough to break his barrier though and caused him around 200 damage afterward. 4 guild leaders who were melee class, including Fat Gregory, came near him at the time. One of them used Magic Bind at Jack, and they attacked at the same time from 4 sides, trying to deal lethal blows to Jack while he was incapacitated. Jack immediately countered the Magic Bind using Liberty of Movement. He then used this chance to catch the guard leaders off guard. He drank the Reset Potion and activated Life Burning Art and Dragon's Eye. The guild leader's movement around him became slow motion. He easily evaded the simultaneous attacks from all of them. From an outsider's point of view, Jack suddenly exhibited inhuman martial expert's reaction and movement. He dodged all the attacks with slight shift and minimal movement, passing through their weapons at a hair's breadth. Stormbreaker's overlimit skill was activated at this time, together with adrenaline rush and heightened state. Jack's offensive was at its top condition at the moment. In such a close range, the 4 guild leaders had no chance to break away. Jack could see their responses to be as slow as a snail in his eyes. His transformed Stormbreaker, augmented by the life-burning art, slashed through their bodies with one fluent swipe. Even though it was only a normal attack, out of the 4 guild leaders, only one who was using Night class survived his attack. But Jack's second slash still took his life. Out of the 11 guild leaders in the coalition, only 4 were remaining there. Boulder of Weary Wolf had died first in battle. The real man had run away, an irony to his own name. Then just a few moments ago, Luckholder, Fat Gregory, and 3 other melee guild leaders, which Jack did not have the time to look at their names, had perished, leaving only Scarface, Manager Steelhand, Queen Magenta, and Prideful Josh. Blackjack was standing behind them. He had wisely chosen to not engage Jack when the other melee guild leaders tried to have a go at Jack. Jack rushed at them. Now that their numbers were almost equal, Jack did not need to worry about his friend's safety too much anymore. His main target was Scarface. His speed, after being boosted by life-burning art, was even scarier. The man engaged Manager Steelhand for a melee fight, while Flame assaulted Queen Magenta. Bowler supported them both from the rear. Jack shot energy bolts and mana bullets to the remaining others to distract them. Prideful Josh still managed to cast Arcane Turbulence despite the range attacks. He placed the spell on the path that Jack was rushing at, but Jack used Charge and managed to cross through the spell effect area before the spell successfully came into effect. The extra speed boost from Jack's charge added with life-burning art had thrown Prideful Josh's calculation off. Scarface took out a scroll and used it right at the moment Jack appeared before him. A magic wall was erected between him and Scarface. Jack continued to swing his sword down, executing Power Strike. The transformed Stormbreaker crashed at the wall hard. The magic wall shook from the impact. Cracks were seen on its surface. Scarface's eyes went wide. This was the first time he saw this elite defensive spell cracked after a single attack by a player. His shock had caused him to pause, which Jack exploited by sending triple rapid slashes at the magic wall. The defensive wall crumbled soon. Scarface snapped out of his daze and was barely in time to cast Barrier. Jack used Sword of Light. The barrier, which was erected in an instant, crumbled with the same speed, leaving Scarface devoid of defense. When Jack lunged at the now defenseless Scarface, he noticed a red dot came behind him. It must have been Blackjack. However, Jack chose to ignore it this time. His overlimit was nearing its end, and he did not want this golden opportunity to get rid of Scarface to be wasted. The Sword of Light had already caused high damage to Scarface despite his barrier. He only needed one more slash to finish him. Jack felt a stab on his back as he sent his slash at Scarface. He suffered critical and increased damage due to Rogue's backstab skill. But because of his high defense and high health point pool, this damage was not life-threatening. Jack's sword cut down at Scarface unobstructed. A damage number eclipsing Scarface's remaining health point appeared on his head. "It's finally done," Jack exclaimed in his mind. But then he saw Scarface's arm was still moving. He pointed his staff at Jack's face. Jack glanced at Scarface's health point bar with confused feeling. The number on it indicated that he still had 10 health point left. Jack was still puzzled about it when a mana bullet exploded on his face at point-blank range. Scarface's mana bullet was an evolved version that had a strong knockback effect. Jack was thrown away by this effect. He rolled backwards several times on the ground before getting back up. The surviving guild leaders and Blackjack took this chance to break away. Manager Steelhand used another magic wall scroll to protect them from Bowler and Flame's range attacks. The magic wall also served as a hindrance for the man and Jack in chasing them. Jack's Stormbreaker had reverted to its original state. He could not destroy the magic wall as easily as before anymore. He had to go around the magic wall in order to chase after the guild leaders. A small part of the coalition army came to the guild leaders to protect them. Jack knew then that he had lost the opportunity to kill those remaining guild leaders. That doesn't mean he would just pull back though. With Flame and the others, he continued to go forward again and engage the coalition army. He chose to approach Silverwing's troop, which was not far away. "Hey Penuel, what's the deal with Scarface just now? My damage clearly should have killed him," Jack asked the fairy as he proceeded. "He probably equips or carries something that takes over the lethal hit," Penuel answered. "There is something like that? There are several things like that. Most probably it was a sacrificial dummy. It was a tool that takes over the lethal hit of its owner, keeping the owner alive with barely a sliver of health point. It breaks after usage, and you can only keep one inside your inventory. It is a pretty rare drop. He must have got it from a quest or a boss kill." Scarface drank recovery potions as they fled. He looked behind at the surviving guild leaders. He did not believe that so many guild leaders had been killed. This would seriously put a dent in their development. He gritted his teeth as he looked over to the man who was the source of this all. Jack was still killing his troops at the back. He could not help to think that he had still greatly underestimated the man. Despite all this ploy which his comrades had thought to be excessive and even mocked him for it. The pyro links that Jack left behind had finally been killed. The top experts who had fought with Jack were not pushovers after all. Even though they lost many subordinates, and many of them were wounded, they managed to corner it and chip away at the summoned creature's health point until it died. They felt like they had just battled the big boss of a dungeon, despite not receiving any experience nor loot. The force of White Scarfs and Saint Edge were also gaining on their confrontation with the Coalition's disorganized troops. The Coalition themselves was a loose combination of 11 different guilds. They were a newly formed coalition. Their coordination was not yet tempered. Combined with how they had been wrecked by Jack beforehand and the lack of instruction from the top, it was no wonder that they had difficulty in coping with the assault. After Scarface and the others joined their coalition army, they slowly retreat while enduring the joint assault from the two guilds and Jack's team. Strangely though, as observed by White Scarfs and Saint Edge's members, the coalition seemed to prefer avoiding Jack's side rather than theirs. Silverwing saw Jack when they got closer with each other. He immediately came over and greeted him. "Brother Stormwind, what are you doing here?" Jack turned to him with a confused expression and asked instead, "Aren't you here as my reinforcement?" Jack looked around and then asked another question. "Where is John?" He had received the message from John, so he thought the guy was with Silverwing's group. "We came separately," Silverwing answered. While they were conversing, they did not stop their fighting with the slowly retreating enemy troops. Scarface was at the back of the coalition army. He had Silverwing on his sight. He went over to him. He had tried to send messages to his spy in White Scarfs, demanding why he was not informed of their approach. He got the system reply that his message could not be delivered. He immediately understood what was the problem. Just as he had jammed the message system of his hostages, someone nearby his spy had used a jamming tool as well. There was only one reason he could think of why such an incident happened. Someone in White Scarfs already knew about the existence of the spy. Whether they knew who the spy of or not, that was unknown. In any case, the spy's worth to continue hiding within the guild had been decreased. It was better to just fully use it one last time. When the spy came to him with the interest to join his guild, Scarface gave him a condition to prove his loyalty, which was to continue to stay inside the guild and feeding him information. After all, how did he know if that person did not come asking to join because Silverwing had asked him to? To spy on Death Associates? Even if Scarface thought that the spy had proven enough, he would still need to do one last task before joining Death Associates, which was to murder Silverwing. He gave the spy the sign at this moment. "Do it! Kill him!" Scarface yelled. Everyone was confused at first, especially Silverwing because Scarface was looking and pointing at him when he yelled. He then felt a heavy force from behind. He could not endure the force and fell hard to the ground. Silverwing was a level 20 archer. Although his gears were good, he did not have as high an health point as the warrior or knight class. He only had a total health point of 400. The blow from the back just now had scored a critical. Even with the high defense of his gear, he still suffered over 300 damage, which put his life at critical. He had the chance to turn around and saw Grimclaw standing behind him. Grimclaw was a level 20 knight, but he didn't use a shield. Instead, he used a large halberd which enhanced his offense. That halberd of his was currently lifted high, ready to be brought down to impale Silverwing, giving him a killing blow. No! Blue Days did not have the time to react. She wanted to cast heal, but her spell rune had not enough time to form before the halberd was brought down. Sin Reaper was too far away. He had pointed his staff and cast Mana Bullet when he heard Silverwing pained shout. However, the Mana Bullet disappeared after traveling its maximum distance without hitting Grimclaw. Grimclaw's large halberd rushed down. Silverwing could only look helplessly. A crescent light suddenly came flying, colliding with the halberd that was about to impale Silverwing. The force brought by the impact pushed the halberd swerving a large distance away. Grimclaw, who was holding the halberd tightly, got pulled by the force. He staggered a few steps. When he finally regained balance, he looked at the source of that crescent light. "You!" Grimclaw had already disliked Jack from the start. The bet where he was embarrassed and lost his rare sword during the tutorial period had caused him to hate the guy even more. In fact, Jack was largely the cause why he had decided to join Death Associates. He could not stand his leader becoming somewhat chummy with the person he hated and looked down upon. Scarface did not just stand there. He had started casting after he gave Grimclaw the order. 3 runes were forming on his staff. It was the entrapping mana claw. He prepared it in case something went wrong, and something did go wrong. However, when the 3rd rune was about to form, an arrow came over. He gritted his teeth to just suffer the damage and maintained his concentration. He had to finish the spell in order to make sure Scarface was killed. Yet, when the arrow hit, the spell formation that was about to be completed still broke apart. He looked at Fierce Flame, who had taken the shot, in consternation. Impossible! I'm fully concentrating. Jack also turned at her with an inquisitive look. I learned a new skill from a technique book for Archer, Flame explained. It's called Disruptive Shot. It can interrupt a magic user's casting. Rather wise of you to keep this trump card hidden. Jack gave her a compliment. Actually, I had used it when I fought with Queen Magenta. You and Scarface just didn't pay attention to it, she replied with a bland look. Oh, Hyuro, was all Jack could say. But how could he pay attention to other people's fights when he himself was in an intense battle? GRRH. Scarface was growling in frustration. Nothing was going as planned today. With unwillingness, he said to Grimclaw, "Retreat!" After Jack's hit pushed Grimclaw away, other members from White Scarfs had come swarming at him. Blue Days had also finished casting and used heal on Silverwing. His opportunity had gone already. But at least he had proven his loyalty to Scarface, and from Scarface's order for him to retreat, Scarface had already considered him as his man. Without any hesitation, Grimclaw repelled his former teammates' attacks and went over to where Scarface was. Scarface took out a scroll and used it. It was not an offensive spell, however. The scroll enveloped the legs of Scarface and his underlings around him, including Grimclaw, with soft green light. They turned and ran away. Their speed was faster than normal. The scroll spell was to increase their movement speed. Scarface rejoined Manager Steelhand. They urged the army to retreat faster after they saw that the dust cloud was getting nearer. The dust cloud was moving beside the forest now, but they still not yet saw the force that created that dust cloud. They could not afford to get assaulted by another large force again. It would be a disaster. They hastened their speed, thus leaving the slower classes, like magicians and fighters who were at the back of their troop, to fend for themselves. They had truly suffered a huge loss in this encounter. None of the guild leaders could have predicted the outcome to be like this. They were basically only targeting a single player, with a possible 1 or 2 guilds in addition. If they could see this outcome now, they would have gathered their full forces from the start. It was too late for regret now. One thing for sure, all 11 guilds now engraved Stormwind's name at the top of their lists as the enemy that they needed to vanquish. Jack watched the retreating army. They did not continue on their chase. As the battle ended, the corpses of the players started disintegrating. Items were dropped from them. Jack was admiring the incident when he heard a voice notification. Congratulations! For successfully killing 100 non-basic class players of the same level within 3 hours, you have gained the title of Outworlder Slayer. Title? Jack asked in his mind after listening to the notification. Check it out, it should be in your status window, Penuel replied. Jack opened the window without further ado. He looked for a while and found the description. Outworlder Slayer, title. Increase damage by 15% against players. Reduce damage by 15% from players. Reduce the chance of getting status effect from players by 30%. Jack whistled in delight. Bowler and the others looked at him. They thought he was whistling because of feeling happy after winning the battle. They smiled and felt good themselves, except for Fierce Flame, who was still annoyed because she was being helpless and had been used to lure Jack to this place. Bowler and the man felt no such guilt. This is good. Jack was commenting on the title he had just gotten. I will be more deadly now when fighting players. You need to equip it first, Penuel said. Equip? Yes. The title is different from talent. Only one title will take effect, which is the one you equipped. Jack looked at his window page again. There was indeed a title option under his name. He clicked on it. There was only one option since he only had one title. He equipped that title. He closed his status window after the process was done. He was still grinning for have gained the title. Bowler and the man were grinning as well beside him. Flame looked at them and shook her head. Jack was about to go pick up the dropped loots when he saw that White Scarf's and St. Edge's members were picking up the loots themselves. His grin vanished as he shouted at them, "Hey! Hey! Yours are over there. These here are mine." Jack was pointing at the spot where the two guilds had done battle with the coalition members. The two guild members were looking at each other. Their faces said, "Who is this fool?" Radiant Phoebe, who was standing not far away, looked at Jack with contempt. "Who do you think you are? Commoners should step aside. Do not blame us if you are hurt when you tread where you don't belong." When Jack was about to scold her back, Silverwing came in first. "Mr. Stormwind, I have not thanked you for saving my life. I am in your favor. I will return it when I have the chance. For now, please allow me a simple handshake to show my gratitude." Jack accepted his handshake. His eyes, though, were still on the woman who had been rude. Silverwing then turned to his people. "Everyone, go pick up the loots from players you have killed. Do not pick those which you have no right to." The White Scarf's members were clearly dissatisfied by this order, but they did not dare to disobey. They walked back reluctantly. Radiant Phoebe frowned at Silverwing's action. William of Wellington approached Silverwing and said, "Brother Silverwing, is this your acquaintance?" "Yes, this is my friend, Mr. Stormwind," Silverwing answered. "I have no doubt that what has caused so much chaos within the coalition rank before we arrived was due to Mr. Stormwind here." "That's right. I've already killed around 400 people from that coalition," Jack said. "And if your people still don't stop picking up the loots that are not theirs, I won't mind adding them to the numbers." "Ha ha ha. That was so absurd it's not even funny," Radiant Phoebe mocked. "If it was not funny, then why did you laugh just now?" Jack asked. "I was just making a statement," Radiant Phoebe exclaimed with a fluster. "And I was just messing with you," Jack shot back. "You a Euro, ignore him. Just pick all the loots up." Radiant Phoebe gave up talking to Jack and gave the order to his men. "Lady, for the sake of your men, do not test me a Euro," Jack warned. Radiant Phoebe acted as if she did not hear his warning. "Brother William, can you give me face and help mediate this?" Silverwing said to William of Wellington. William stayed silent. He did not look like he intended on interfering. Silverwing sighed. They had just secured a victory together against the coalition. This should be the chance for his guild to come into a formal alliance with St. Edge for future confrontation with the coalition. If he came into conflict with St. Edge at the moment, they would lose the momentum in pushing against the coalition. Even if his guild boasted the largest community at the moment, he knew his guild would not survive fighting the coalition alone. The combined manpower and experts in the coalition were not something to look down upon. Therefore, he knew he needed to forge an alliance with the other top guilds in order to have a chance. And due to this incident, an opportunity to ally with St. Edge had presented itself. That's why he was in a dilemma. Should he choose to support a friend? Or should he choose the welfare of his guild? Such was the burden of a leader. As Silverwing was contemplating, Jack took out his magic staff and without hesitation shot a mana bullet at one of St. Edge members who was continuing to pick up the loots. The guy was a level 19 ranger with an health point pool of 290. The mana bullet caused 283 damage, leaving the poor guy with only 7 health point left. The guy fell down in shock. The others around him were also stunned. Radiant Phoebe did not pay attention to the damage Jack's mana bullet had caused. Once she saw Jack attacking her men, she brandished her weapon, which was a large two-handed broadsword. "You cocky mage! You will pay for that!" She rushed to Jack, lifting her broadsword high. When Jack used his magic staff and cast mana bullet, Silverwing and his cohorts were similarly shocked. Not by the damage the spell caused, but due to the fact that Jack was casting a spell. In their knowledge, the guy was supposed to be a warrior. Their astonishments were understandable, since they did not pay attention to Jack's fight on the small hill. When Jack came near Silverwing's team during his pursuit of the fleeing coalition members, Jack did not use any of his mage spells. He was killing the fleeing players using his sword. Even when he saved Silverwing, he was using his warrior skill. Hence, when they saw Jack casting mana bullet, it took them a while to process the incident. Saint Edge people, on the other hand, had no knowledge of Jack. They simply saw him as either a mage or magician. No one bothered to use inspect on him. That's why when Jack took out his longsword when Radiant Phoebe got near, its Saint Edge members turned to become bewildered. What's that mage doing holding a sword? Was the thought on their minds. Radiant Phoebe swung her broadsword at Jack, who was still standing there unmoving. Jack's arm moved when the broadsword was about to hit. His longsword struck at the female knight's body. To Saint Edge members' surprise, the result of the confrontation was Radiant Phoebe being smacked away. Both of them were using Power Strike, but Radiant Phoebe had come at Jack with a large swing. Jack could easily see her attack trajectory. Hence Jack easily dodged her slash by a simple swift in footings. She must have underestimated Jack for thinking him to be a range magic class which usually had low dexterity stat. Radiant Phoebe was known as the melee class who possessed the strongest strength. Most of her equipment also boosted strength stat, therefore no one had ever seen her getting sent flying during a clash, not even when she was fighting a warrior, not to mention a magical class. Was the guy even a magic class? Why was the guy using a sword? None of Saint Edge members could make sense of the scene. What they didn't know was Jack used a power strike which was at level 10 with 2 stars grade. Not to mention his high strength stat, it was no wonder that the female knight was thrown away violently after suffering a hit. Thesauro William of Wellington was similarly speechless. Bowler and the man were grinning like fools. They had expected this outcome. Due to the unexpected reprisal, Radiant Phoebe lost control of her balance when she was sent flying. She crashed hard to the ground on her back and rolled further a few times until the force of the momentum ran out. She forced herself up once she was able to. Her look was completely miserable. Her armor and face were full of dirt, and her hair was disheveled. The shame that she felt was far worse than the pain. "I will kill you a euro," she yelled as she rushed forward again. But someone came and stood in front of her path. "Move!" she shouted with agitation and was about to shove the one who dared to block her path away. Before she could do it, another force rammed at her from the side. She staggered and almost fell. She lifted her broadsword and was about to attack when she recognized the person who had rammed at her. "Euro Felix," she called out. "Looked at who you are about to attack." The guy who she called Felix, who was also a knight, said. She turned her attention to said person and found out that it was her leader, William of Wellington, who had stood in her way. "Euro forgive me," she immediately said. She almost did a most terrible offense. "Look at your health," William said without expression. "My health." She was puzzled at first, but when she paid attention to her health point, she was dumbfounded to see she only had 62 health point left. How a euro. "The damage you suffered when he hit you," William told her. "Euro buta euro, he only hit me once a euro." Radiant Phoebe stuttered with disbelief. "Exactly," William said. "Now stay back." William then turned to Jack and said, "Was it truly you who killed all these coalition members before we came?" "I did," Jack replied flatly. William was silent as he stared at Jack. After a while, he finally spoke. "Then we will not touch your loots." He turned to his men and gave his command. "Everyone only takes the loots from the ones you kill. Do not touch the others." Radiant Phoebe came to William with discontent. "Are you going to just let him go like this?" she asked. William looked at her and said, "It's a good thing his attacks had not killed any of our men. It's still salvageable." Then he left without giving further explanation. The knight who had stopped her before, whose full alias was Happy Felix, came over and said, "You better drink a recovery potion first. Your health is very low. If something happens suddenly and a stray hit comes your way, it will be a real shame. Euro Radiant Phoebe was originally letting his natural body recovery skill did the healing, but after listening to Happy Felix's words, she decided to be prudent and took out a basic healing potion. William of Wellington walked towards Jack. "What class are you?" he asked. He had tried to inspect Jack but was met with failure. "Warrior," Jack replied. "Then how come you can use magic?" William asked again. "I was curious about that as well." Silverwing, who was still speechless till then, added. Jack shrugged. I have a second class, a mage, he answered them. How is that possible? Silverwing said. I encountered an item that gave me a second class during the tutorial period, Jack answered truthfully. Don't ask me how I get them. I also don't know. It just happened. It was a lucky encounter. So it's not possible for others to get it as well? William asked. Jack shrugged again. If it is possible, I don't know how to, he said. William of Wellington observed Jack in silence, probably trying to determine if he was telling the truth. He then said, All right, I am William from St. Edge, by the way. I hope we can become friends. Sure, I like friends, Jack replied. It's just that some people like to look for troubles. Jack was uttering the last parts loudly. Radiant Phoebe was gritting her teeth hearing it. William only gave a faint smile and say, See you around, Mr. Stormwind. Likewise, Jack replied. He received a friend notification from William of Wellington at the moment, which he accepted. Well, it has always been one surprise after another with you, Silverwing said to Jack after William left. Tell me the truth now. How did these players from the coalition died? I killed them, Jack replied. You know you can trust me, right? Silverwing said. Jack nodded. Then tell me. I can keep a secret. I killed them, Jack said again. There was a long silence between them. He really did. Fierce Flame finally came forward and said, I know. It's hard to believe. Even we who witnessed it firsthand have difficulty believing it. But he really did. Silverwing looked between Jack and Fierce Flame back and forth, before finally saying, Okay, I will take your words for it. The coalition's reputation will be ruined if this is the truth. On the other hand, your reputation will skyrocket with it. You have better prepared. Prepare? For what? Jack asked in confusion. What do you think those well-known experts will do once they heard about your achievement? Even if it was just a rumor, some might decide to seek you out and challenge you to find out the truth. It will be even more with those hot-blooded young experts who just came to their fame. They will surely come to use you as a stepping stone to push their names further into the limelight, even if they don't believe your achievement. I see. Don't worry. I will crush them as they come. I admire your confidence. Well then, please excuse me. I need to talk with Sir William to discuss further on matters regarding the coalition. Okay, before you go, can you tell me why you came here? You said you were not here as my reinforcement. I don't even have an idea that you are here, Mr. Stormwind. St. John came to me in private with St. Edge leader, Sir William. He told me that the coalition will be having a confrontation with a strong force in this Crestfall plain. He told me that if we are to deal a blow to the coalition, we will need to amass our troops within the hour and headed to this place in a hurry. He even gave me several group haste scrolls so we can use them during our travel to increase our speed. Like the one that Scarface used when they ran away, Jack said, remembering that he also saw those scrolls when he first visited the magic scroll shop. He didn't buy it as he had no need for it since he mostly did things alone. I see, that's why you managed to arrive here so soon. Those coalition leaders didn't expect you to arrive for another hour at least. Flame said. She had heard the coalition leaders' discussion when she was a hostage. Scarface also complained why his spy, which now we know is Grimclaw, did not inform him of it. It was thanks to John's advice as well, Silverwing said. He demanded that I kept the meeting with him and William a secret from my people. He also gave me a tool that jammed messages in my vicinity and asked to use it once we are outside capital walls. He requested to only reveal the group haste scrolls once the jamming tool was used. He asked me to keep an eye on my high-rank executives and demanded that none of them should leave my side after the jamming tool was activated. I was skeptical at first, but he stressed out that the success or failure of this sortie will heavily depend on whether I follow his demands to the letter. I don't like suspecting my people, but now I am glad I follow his advice. I still can't believe it. Grimclaw, that prick. I wonder how long he had been working for Death Associates. Perhaps since when we attempted the dungeon for the guild creation token. Sin Reaper offered his opinion. Remember how he was absent despite knowing the importance of the matter? I bet Scarface asked him to find an excuse to be absent, so as to lower our chance of succeeding. Perhaps never mind now. He is our enemy from now on. We will show no mercy the next we meet, Silverwing declared. He turned to Jack and said again, "Please excuse me then. Let's find some time to hang out later." "Sure," Jack said. He watched Silverwing's back as he left. He couldn't help but think in his mind, that John sure has balls to blatantly lie to those guild leaders like that. "Well, I doubt those guild leaders will come here if not for those lies," Peniel commented. After Silverwing left, Bowler approached him. "Brother, you certainly are aggressive today," he said. "I don't even have the chance to scold that Saint Edge's bitch." "You think so? Probably it's the leftover adrenaline from the fight," Jack said. Then he remembered about a matter which he had been curious about. "Say, I could not send messages to any of you. I take it someone used a message jammer tool as well on you, right? Why did they do that? Is it so that I won't know their strategy? I don't think they still need to think of a strategy when they are only going up against one person, right? Actually, it's because of this," Bowler said as he showed his necklace. "It was the amulet of rebirth. Ahayuro, so they don't want me to know that you are not in real danger. Even if they kill you, you will only lose 1 level," Jack said. Bowler nodded. "Yes, they were afraid that you won't come anymore if you find out. And it's really unnecessary for you to put yourself at risk. Don't you remember I showed you this amulet a few days ago?" Jack was annoyed. Was that how you talk to a friend who just risked his life to come to your aid? He thought, how do I know if you still have that amulet of rebirth? Perhaps they had killed you one time and then kidnapped you when you were trying to go buy the second amulet. I could not contact you to make sure. Did you forget? Actually, I don't wear that amulet of rebirth, Fierce Flame informed them. Oh? Why don't you? Bowler asked. I think knowing you are safe will make you stop pushing yourself. If I know my life is in danger, I can strive harder. Plus, it took up my necklace equipment slot. I have a good pendant that was really helpful. I would rather equip that pendant than waste a slot for a safety bumper. In other words, she is saying that amulet is only for sissy, Jack said, completely distorting Flame's meaning. The man who heard chimed in as well. Yes, such equipment is only for a coward. It's a disgrace to wear it. Fuck you. You were wearing it as well a moment ago. You changed it just now, Bowler exclaimed with disgust. The two men started to bicker with each other. Jack, who was picking up the loots, said to Bowler to stop their quarreling. Hey, Bowler, can you help me pick up these loots, please? Sure thing, bro, Bowler replied and went ahead with the task. Hey, boss, you are being unfair. How can you leave me behind? The man complained. Uhayuro, can you help me pick up the loots as well? You only need to ask, boss. The man started picking up as well, making sure to note Bowler's picking pace. Soon the two men started to compete to see who could pick up more. Jack was speechless at them. Look there. Flame's call took his attention from the two busy men. Jack looked at where Flame was indicating and saw a group of people approaching. His Dragon's Eye enhanced vision allowed him to see further and identify the head of the group as John. As expected, the guy was the one responsible for bringing the group that caused that dust cloud. The group had many people, but the numbers should not exceed 50. He looked to their rear and expected to see many more players. Yet there were none. The dust cloud was nowhere to be seen anymore. When John came within earshot, he greeted Jack. I see you are still here, so I assume my plan works then. Thank you, it's all thanks to you. If you haven't sent those two guilds here, and didn't bring those independent players to Euro, where are the rest of the players with you? Jack could not help but ask. What do you mean? These are all the cronies I could find, John said. Who the hell are you calling cronies? Many of them started to protest once they heard his words. Some of them broke away from the group and ran at the man. Boss, they called. The man stopped picking up loots and found out they were his lackeys from Men of Solidarity Gang. It's you worthless lots. Where are you when your boss needs you? You can't say that. We could not contact you at all. How do we know you are in trouble? Only after John told us that we rushed here with him. While the Men of Solidarity were having a talk, another person from John's group came out and greeted Jack. Hey there. Jack turned to the voice and was surprised to find a familiar face. Genie? What are you doing here? He asked. Wait, you are not with the Wicked Witches people? It's good that you were not. I just killed a good bunch of them. It would be a pity if I wasted you by mistake. You did? I thought we are rushing here in order to save you. Her eyes wandered to the loots that scattered across the ground. Are they a euro? Yeah, some of them were dropped by Wicked Witches players. You don't blame me for slaughtering your guildmates, right? Wait, a euro? Why are you a euro? Where is your guild description? Jack asked when he used inspect on her and no longer saw the guild's name under her name. I'm no longer with the guild Wicked Witches, she said. Why? What do you mean why? Do you forget already what you said to me the last time we met? Oh, Hayuro, now that she mentioned it, Jack remembered it now. I didn't expect you to really leave them. You don't? You sounded so serious when you talked about it. Haha. Never mind that. It's a good thing that you are no longer with that guild. Otherwise, we probably would have been fighting each other not long ago. Is this all you're doing? John butted in, indicating the loots scattered on the ground. He knew for a fact that White Scarfs and St. Edge's groups had only arrived not long ago, so it was impossible for them to cause these many casualties. He was the one that sent a message to Jack about reinforcement was coming. He had someone inside the St. Edge group who feed him with the intel of the group's movement. Jack nodded. I expected you to be holding your own till reinforcements arrive, but I certainly did not expect you to cause this much damage, John admitted and then asked, So, did you reveal your mage class? He knew. Genie blurted out in surprise. They knew. Flame also did the same. Yeah, everyone knows now, Jack uttered, and then said to John. Now please stop distracting my question. Where are the rest of the players you bring? These really are all of them, John replied in exasperation. No way. This time Bowler joined the conversation. Do you know why the coalition army retreated? It's because of that dust cloud the people you bring created. There is no way such huge dust cloud was created with just you lots here. Some of them laughed when they heard Bowler. Even Genie giggled. Only John gave a sneering face. What is it? Bowler asked, puzzled. It really is just us, Genie said. We spread in a wide formation and moved along while dragging leafy boughs behind. The terrain was rather sandy, so the leafy boughs swept the dust on the ground and caused it to rise as we moved, creating the falsehood as if we were a large force. Jack looked at John and asked, You thought of this? I was simply copying the tactic of a certain military old man from the past, he replied. What military old man? Are you referring to Zhuge Liang? Jack asked. Zhuge Liang was the only tactician in history that he knew of. Zhuge Liang? I'm pretty sure the old man I was referring to was called Papirius, John mumbled. But we heard from Manager Steelhand that his people had seen you went out from the capital with a large mass of independent players, Bowler said, which Flame agreed with a nod. John gave a wide smile. Oh, that? I simply choose the afternoon time when adventuring players had just finished their lunches and were going back out for monster grinding again. The traffic was always full at that time. The real folks who follow me were just these lots. The rest were walking behind them was simply coincidental crowd. That spy from Corporate United simply mistook it as all those players following me. So you have expected someone from the enemy was watching you? I always assumed someone was watching, John replied. That's why you asked for the extra hours. You needed to match your timing with the crowd. Jack came to a realization. That amongst other things, John said. Good thing the coalition fell for it, Flame said. Of course they are, John uttered confidently. Stop feeling so good about yourself, Jack said. Another good thing was that you gave Silverwing the message jammer and asked him to keep their cooperation with St. Edge and the group Haste Scrolls as secrets until the jammer was applied. If not, the coalition would have known about it. Of course, that strategy is called deceive the heavens to cross the sea, John exclaimed. The fuck are you talking about? Jack uttered with annoyance. The guy was not talking at the same wavelength. So, did the spy reveal himself? John asked, before quickly added, or herself. Yes. Don't you already know who he is? Do you think I'm omniscient or something? Friend? John replied. Ugh. Jack felt like smacking the guy. So, are you going to tell me who the spy is? John said. It's Grimclaw. HMEuro, I had a feeling he was the one. Now he felt like slicing the guy. All right, please remember that you owe me one for this, John said. Seeing the numbers of loots on the ground, you slaughtered not a few of them. I'm very impressed. And glad. Having someone like you owing me will be a good thing when it's time for me to use you. Can you please keep that kind of talk to your own self? You sound like an evil mastermind who is planning to use me for your nefarious plan, Jack said. I might just be, my friend. I might just be. Now please excuse me, I have to go have some words with the other pawns I have used. And you, John pointed at Bowler. You can go back to pick up the rubbish. Fuck you, Bowler shouted. Jack observed John as he walked towards the St. Edge's acting leader, William of Wellington, and talked with him. They talked as if they were old acquaintances. He then thought of something. St. John? St. Edge? Was that a coincidence? Then he remembered again that John had gone and disrupted the meeting out of behest from St. Edge Guild. His connection with the guild appeared to not be shallow. Did he have a history with that guild? But why was he not a member then? Jack was curious, but he decided not to pry. If his friend was not willing to share, then it was not his business. Storm, I would like to introduce you to some of my friends, Jack heard Jeannie's voice. Jack turned to her and saw several players standing behind her. Some of them followed me when I quit the Wicked Witches. The others I met on my adventures, she said. She then proceeded to introduce her friends. There were 8 of them, 2 men and 6 women. He recognized 3 out of the 6 women. He had met them in the past, when he saved them in the forest before he went into the dungeon with Jeannie and Silverwing. They were originally Wicked Witches members as well. These 3 must be the ones Jeannie mentioned to have followed her when she quitted her guild. The 3 of them were still basic class at level 18. Their names were Sweet Talk, Salty Trade, and Bitter Rain. Sweet Talk was a fighter, Salty Trade a ranger, and Bitter Rain was a magician. One of the 2 men within Jeannie's entourage was a level 19 magician called Swellgoing. He sported a rather unfriendly look at Jack. Jack was wondering if he had met the guy in the past and offended him. He had no recollection at all. The other man was a giant-sized youngster, probably the same age as him, Jack thought. But his size was certainly impressive, probably almost the same size as Goliath from Warriors of Solidarity. More impressive was this man was an advanced class already, a knight of level 20. An appropriate class considering his bulky frame. He could be the ideal tank for a party. Jeannie introduced his name as Giant Steve. Not too subtle for an alias, Jack thought. The man sure was proud of his stature to use an alias like that. The remaining 3 female friends of Jeannie, one was a basic class ranger at level 18, called Wondrous Life. The other 2 were both advanced class. One was a level 19 rogue named Viral Cora. She had a petite build with a lively disposition. She was eager to introduce herself with a vigorous handshake and a sweet smile. The last female friend who had advanced class was a level 20 mage called Trinity Dawn. Jack had an inkling that he had heard the name somewhere before. He was still racking his memory when Trinity Dawn greeted him. It's an honor to finally meet the number 1 rank from the tutorial period. The other gasped when Trinity Dawn mentioned it. They probably came to this world from other cities, so they did not see Jack during the tutorial period ranking. Or they had simply forgotten about him since Jack was not one of those well-known players. Swellgoing's gloomy expression became even darker. Trinity was also a fellow ranker, you know, Jeannie informed. She was at rank 8. Now that Jeannie mentioned it, Jack remembered it now. She was one of those independent experts who were pretty well known in the gaming world. Silverwing had mentioned her in the past. The honor is mine to have met a well-known expert. Jack gave her a polite reply, but Jack was actually more impressed with Jeannie, who had managed to befriend an expert after only leaving her guild for a short time. He was just lucky to get the rank, Swellgoing uttered, breaking the mood. Jack thought, why did this feel familiar? He remembered a moron from the past who gave the same remark as well about him winning the rank. But that moron was the second ranker, so he at least had the qualification to criticize. Who was this dude? That dude continued. He was nothing compared to you, Sister Trinity. Genie, you should pick better friends. It is not wise for us to oppose the coalition. Actually, our life will be better if we join one of the 3 great guilds within the coalition. I have a friend in Death Associates. How about we go apply together? Genie, why do you bring an idiot around? Jack said, indicating Swell going. What did you say? If you have the guts, let us €1. He did not have the chance to finish his sentence as Jack gave him a kick. He flew away like a loose kite. Everyone was flabbergasted by the sudden turn of events. Bowler, who had just come near, said, Bro, you truly are aggressive today. I thought you need someone to help you bicker. I guess you don't need it. Probably the adrenaline has still not yet cooled down, Jack told him. Bowler gave him a thumb up, then scurried back to continue picking up the loots. Swell going did not receive any damage from the kick, but it did not mean he didn't feel the pain. He rose up with difficulty. Jack's strength was not trivial, and he had sent his kick without reservation. You €1, how dare you? Swell going said. Anger and shame overwhelmed him. You are such a retard. Don't you know that Genie had just quitted from one of those 3 great guilds you mentioned? Won't it be stupid to go back again after just leaving not long ago? Jack scolded him. Swellgoing's eyes were red already with fury. None of Jack's words registered into his mind. You! I will kill you. He brandished his magic staff and aimed it at Jack. I admire your bravery, Jack said, and brought out his own magic staff as well. Swellgoing shot a mana bullet, which Jack responded in kind. In fact, Jack pointed his staff at Swellgoing's staff. So when his mana bullet came out, it went directly to Swellgoing's mana bullet, which was rushing over. The 2 mana bullets crashed in the air. Just as how when the same melee skills clashed, the winner would be determined by the level of the skill and its user strength. The same thing went for spells that collided with each other. Their mana bullet might be similar in level since Jack only increased its level to 5. But Jack's intelligence stat trumped Swellgoing, who was still a basic class magician. Thus Swellgoing's mana bullet was obliterated when the 2 spells clashed. Jack's mana bullet continued on its way towards its target. Swellgoing hastily summoned a magic shield for protection, but he still suffered damage when Jack's mana bullet crashed into his shield. When he was thinking about a counterattack, Jack was already in front of him. Jack kicked at his legs, making him fall down, and placed the tip of his sword on Swellgoing's neck. Want to continue? Jack asked. Genie came at this time and gave a stern face. Please stop, you two. He kicked me first, Swellgoing complained. He acted like an idiot first, Jack countered. You two acted like idiots, Genie uttered. Now let him up, please. Jack removed his sword and walked away. He could not bother with that idiot. Viral Cora came at him and whispered with a giggle. Don't mind him. He was just jealous. Everyone knows that he was fond of Sister Genie. And Sister Genie often spoke highly of you. So he has actually borne quite a grudge against you. Oh, no wonder, Jack said. I was confused what's his problem with me. Such a short-sighted fellow. So, are you interested in our Sister Genie? She whispered in a teasing voice. What? Me? No, I just considered her as a friend, Jack replied. Ah, good then, Viral Cora said. Why is it good? Jack was puzzled. Never mind, she giggled. So you really have 2 classes? Trinity Dawn came and said. I'm still doubtful when I heard your conversation. It was hard to believe. Show us, Viral Cora said with anticipation. I'm not a showman, Jack said. Any of you want to have a duel for that? Let me, Giant Steve said from the back. I'm interested to give it a try, Trinity Dawn said. Try what? Genie approached. Swellgoing was behind her, wearing a downcast head. Probably had just received a scolding. They want to fight me, Jack said. What? No. I didn't bring you people here to start a fight, Genie said. It is just a friendly duel, Giant Steve said. No. I mean it. Any of you start fighting. I'm not bringing you out for questing anymore, Genie warned. Jack looked around. From the look of it, it was apparent that Genie was the leader of the group. Jack was even more impressed by the girl now. She was a natural leader. Her quitting the guild was indeed the right move. She could now freely develop her real talent rather than getting constrained in a guild that did not value her. What was the commotion just now? Did I miss something? Jack turned to the source of the voice and saw it was John. It's nothing, go away, Jack said. All right, call me if something exciting comes up. He then ran back to St. Edge Group. Jack was speechless with the guy. Jack continued to chat with Jeannie's group before White Scarf's and St. Edge Groups departed. Before they left, both guilds' leaders came and gave Jack a farewell, which astonished Jeannie's friends. They did not expect those big shots to be so polite with Jack. Their opinion on him was getting better, except for Swellgoing, whose expression became even gloomier. In the next few days after the Battle of Crestfall Plain, Jack spent his time doing adventure quests and hunting quests with one faction quest. He finally became a baron after completing that one quest. He received 120 merit points, giving him a total of 520 merit points, just a little bit over from the 500 points required for baron. Becoming a baron had not yet opened the availability for him to use the kingdom's facilities yet, so he did not yet have an outlet to use the merit points he had gathered. He was told that he needed to be a viscount for that. He could spend his points at Commander Quintus Training Ground, but he figured he would hang on to the points first, just in case there was a better use for his points after he became a viscount. The baron title, though, still had its perks. All the properties owned by him had now gained a 5% tax reduction. He only owned one property at the moment, which was Ellie's restaurant. This tax reduction should increase his income from the restaurant. For Amy's bakery, his status was still an investor. He would need to give them funds to upgrade it another 2 more times before his status became an owner. Funds which he did not have yet at the moment. Apart from that, the baron title also gave him a 10% discount if he purchased a property or constructed a building. The more subtle effect of the title was some kind of acknowledgement from the NPCs inside the capital. They seemed to give him more respect. Even the patrolling guards sometimes gave him a small nod when they passed him by. To become the next rank of Viscount, he would need to have a total of 2,000 merit points. He was still a long way to go. The scarcity of the nobility faction quest was another element that contributed to his slow growth. For the coalition, after the Battle of Crestfall Plain, they were acting more subdued, less overbearing. They let go of some of their turfs, which pleased the independent players and other guilds greatly. Jack thought that probably because they lacked the manpower. They had lost quite a number of players in the battle after all. Those players would need to level up again at lower level areas, and they would also be needing the higher level members to power level them, which will strain the guild's resources further. They simply did not have the luxury to act imperiously at the moment. With the reduction of activity from the coalition, there had also arisen a rumor that the waning of the coalition was due to their loss at the Battle of Crestfall Plain, where they lost 400 members against a monstrous player who possessed both the classes of warrior and mage. Some even said the name of this monstrous player as Stormwind. Many, of course, treated it as a simple rumor. After all, it sounded so far-fetched. And who was the Stormwind fellow? No one ever heard of him. Jack did not care about the rumor, but he still felt dismayed when he heard it. Perhaps he should have used his old alias. Perhaps then people would give him a bit more respect. He still did not understand the tendency where people like to link someone's actual ability with his or her fame. He thought it was just weird. Many strong experts maintained a low profile. You did not need to be famous to be strong. Another skepticism on the rumor was also due to those independent players thought that it was due to themselves, not this mysterious Stormwind, who had caused the coalition so much trouble. A mass of independent players had banded after John's speech in the capital. The coalition, which had just retreated from Crestfall Plain in battered condition, was ambushed by these independent players and suffered further casualties. Probably even John himself did not expect his speech to actually cause such an effect. He was simply making the speech to trick the enemy into thinking that he had roused a mob and was coming towards them with such a mob. Little did he know that such a mob was truly formed, and went on to ambush the coalition. Perhaps it was the coalition's fault themselves. They had acted too arrogant and tyrannical, that they drew the ire of the common folks. John's speech was simply a fuse that caused them to band together and acted out their resentment. Still, if someone was to ask John if he had expected such outcome, he most likely would have confidently said, "It was as I have expected." Despite no one believed the rumor, it was still hotly gossiped amongst the players who visited the tavern. A title was even given to Jack by the gossiping players. Jack was called the Demon of the Crestfall Plain. When Jack learned about it, he felt amused. From that one battle, he had actually received 2 titles. System title of Outworlder Slayer, and player-bestowed title of Demon of the Crestfall Plain. Despite getting no EXP out of that battle, Jack still reaped large profits of 18 gold and 52 silver coins, with heaps amount of equipment. Some he kept and fused using the transformation box, which gave him a few more rare equipment. He was still far from having enough to fuse them into super rare equipment though. The rest he sold for coins. In the end, he still felt it was a hassle to fuse all the other equipment and spent the time looking for player buyers. The coins were not enough to replenish the coins he had spent before the battle, but it was not far off either. The gains he got from the adventurer and hunting quests these few days further refill his wealth. Jack had offered some of the coin profits to his friends. Flame, Bowler, and the man vehemently refused. They said that they felt bad enough that he had to come to save them. Much else took his profits. This caused Jack to give the incident some thought. He could not continue to come to the rescue every time they were in trouble. But he also could not just leave them to their fate. After all, those coalition people had targeted them to get to him. So he was somehow responsible for the incident as well. Yet he could not think of a solution to this problem. As long as he was only one person, those guilds would never really consider him as a real threat. Did he need to join a guild? No, he would never allow himself to be tied down. Should he create his own guild? That was even more absurd. He was not the type of leader that could take care of a bunch of people. He liked to go wherever he pleased. He could not bear to stay around and babysit others. Since he could not find a solution, he simply threw the problem to the back of his mind for the moment. Even though loots from the players he had killed were bountiful, it was actually their souls which Jack had reaped the largest harvest. After the battle at Crestfall Plain, he checked his container of souls and found out that he had gained 8,256 souls from that battle alone. Combined with the 2,950 souls he gathered from these few days hunting quests and the original 712 souls within the container, he had collected a total of 11,918 souls. The large number of souls from players must be due to their high level and also their advanced class, just as how high level and elite monsters gave more souls. Jack had enough points to increase one level of his advanced skill, but he decided to continue upgrading his basic skills first. He could upgrade his basic skills 11 times. After a brief thought, he grinned and decided to dump all 10,000 souls to max out his Power Strike skill. Power Strike, level 2020, active skill, melee, require melee weapon, deal 350% physical damage, cause pushing force proportional to strength stat. Stamina consumed, 20, cooldown 3 seconds. Each level usually increased the percentage damage by 10%, but when it was upgraded to level 20, the increase was 20%, rounding the damage applied to 350%. Perhaps it was the additional perk for max level. The stamina needed, however, was doubled from the original 10 points at level 1. It was still an affordable cost though. After Jack leveled up his Power Strike skill to the max, he soon heard a notification voice. Congratulations, for being the first to fully leveled up your skill, you have gained the title of Hardworking Achiever. Another title? Jack was amazed. He had gained another title only a few days from his first. He went ahead and checked the title. Hardworking Achiever. Title. Increase the amount of experience received by 15%. Increase the amount of skill proficiency received by 15%. Jack was ecstatic by the title. He knew that as time progressed, he would have more difficulty in staying at the same level as the others due to his 2 classes. He would need special encounters and circumstances like the incident with the Ice Troll Sentinel in order to stay ahead in levels. But such an encounter was rare, not to mention was also extremely risky. There would not be Lieutenant Bailey to bail him out another time. This title should lessen the handicap he had in terms of leveling speed. He went ahead and replaced his Outworlder Slayer with this title. The Outworlder Slayer was only effective when he was going against another player. The hardworking achiever title was better suited for general use. He spent another 1,000 souls and increased his mana bullet to level 6. During the few days of questing, he had also increased his mage level to level 20, catching up to his warrior class and gaining the new spell Arcane Turbulence. Arcane Turbulence level 120th active skill, range, require magic weapon, affect an area with a diameter of 6 meters. Energy torrents will run havoc inside the area, causing disoriented status and dealing 100% magic damage every second. Range, 30 meters, duration, 10 seconds, mana consumed, 70, cooldown, 5 minutes. With this skill, he had a proper AoE spell already. He did not need to continue relying on magic scrolls, which consumed lots of coins. In terms of skills, some of his skills had also increased in grade to their first star. Those skills were Charge, Body Double, and Life-Burning Art. Despite no longer using Commander Quintus' training ground, he had still practiced these skills diligently whenever he had the chance. Charge in its first star increased the distance the skill traveled to by another half-meter. With Body Double, each star allowed one time in which the copy was not destroyed after switching. This skill had allowed him to trick his enemies numerous times. Penuel had been right when she advised him to get this skill. With this 1 star, he could do 2 times switching, giving him the possibility to go back to his original position again. This should give him more maneuverability in utilizing this skill. Life-Burning Art star further added the increased attributes by another 10% when this skill was activated, effectively increasing its power. He did not forget to collect the profit from Ellie's restaurant. Another week had passed since he last took the earning. At this time, he received 28 gold coins, which was more than the previous profit. He thought it made sense since the restaurant business continued to boom and there was also a tax reduction as well. The lack of competitors which provide high-quality player-enhanced foods could be another factor for the restaurant's booming business. In fact, there were even some players who focused on their cooking skills who came to apply for a job in the restaurant. Jack gave Ellie the freedom to make the decision regarding these players. Ellie selected some of the applicants and replaced the NPC cooks with these players. These players accepted less pay compared to the NPCs since they received benefits such as a supply of recipes and the opportunity to increase their cooking skills. Of course, the recipe that Ellie gave them were those common ones that could easily be purchased from shops. The rare ones were either learned by her or Bill. With the additional income from the restaurant, Jack now had a total of 87 gold coins, which was more than he previously had before he spent them uncaringly for the battle with the coalition army. He felt rich again. Yet, the amount was still not enough for him to perform another upgrade to the restaurant. He might need to wait for a couple more weeks for that. During these few days, although the coalition was acting low-key, it did not prevent some of its members to come looking for Jack. These members were the ones who did not join during the battle in Crestfall Plain, and they certainly did not believe that Jack had single-handedly killed so many of their guild mates. The coalition's guild leaders had instructed their members to keep mum about the incident in Crestfall Plain. The news of how they were decimated by a lone player would surely ruin their reputations. Yet some of their members still spilled the beans. It was not possible for them to truly keep the lid regarding this matter. Not to mention White Scarfs and Saint Edge had instructed their members to spread the rumors regarding Jack, in order to ruin the coalition's reputation. Thus, those members who were angry by this rumor and yet skeptical had come looking for Jack to prove to others that the rumor was false. Jack gladly accepted their challenges and proceeded to destroy them and send them back to level 1. These challenges continued for several days until the guild leaders could finally ignore the matter no longer. A strict regulation was enforced on all their members. None of them were allowed to bother the player called Stormwind anymore. Anyone who disobeyed would get severely punished. As if getting killed was not punishment enough. The reason the guilds imposed this rule was not because they did not dare to provoke Jack, but simply because if they didn't, they would continue to lose manpower. A significant number of their members had been forced to reset due to death in the Crestfall Plain battle. Their reputations had also been ruined, which caused a large number of potential recruits to decide to rescind their attempts in joining. Even a small portion of their current members had decided to quit. If they kept on just letting their members go and fight Jack only to get killed, they would soon run out of members before long. And so the challenges abruptly stopped. Jack was confused and rather disappointed. He did enjoy having those ostentatious players coming to challenge him. Not only could he practice his dueling skill, he could also gain a small portion of loot and a decent amount of souls. When the challengers were of advanced classes, Jack was even happier. Thus he was rather sad when it suddenly stopped. However, not long after, another series of challenges appeared. But the challengers this time did not come from the coalition guilds. Instead, many were independent players or representatives of some unknown guilds. As Silverwing had predicted, many would come to challenge him due to the rumor. Sadly though, most of the challengers were simple players. None of them were those well-known experts that Silverwing mentioned might come to him to look for trouble. Perhaps true experts did not find the need to prove themselves, only second-rate ones did. Jack did not show mercy to these second-rate challengers. He needed the souls after all. He gladly decimated them as they came. And like these, the challenges slowly dwindled. The rumor of Jack killing every challenger had caused others who originally had the same thought to have a second thought. More and more people now believed Jack was indeed the demon of Crestfall Plain, simply because of his ruthlessness. Little did they know that Jack was not really that brutal because they dared to challenge him. He simply saw it as a chance to collect more souls. Due to the challenges, he had collected another 2,280 souls. Not as profitable as the battle with the coalition, yet a profit was a profit. He did not complain. Combined with the stock of 918 souls in his container, he leveled up another 3 levels of Mana Bullet, bringing it to level 9. His Mana Bullet had also received another star after this period of challenges. He was no longer concealing his second class, so he freely unleashed all his mage skills during the fight. Many players started to take notice of his existence who had 2 classes. More and more started to believe that he might really be the demon of the Crestfall Plain. Though of course, there were still many who were skeptical. His barrier had also upgraded to its first star. The star gave the barrier an additional duration of 12 seconds, which Jack thought was not so useful. Most of the time his barrier would run out of its life instead of its duration. It was almost a week after the battle with the coalition that Jack finally received a worthwhile challenge. He had gone back to Amy's bakery to rest for the day. It was coincidentally the day where he received another profit from the bakery. This time he received a bit less at 13 gold coins. He did not complain. Business had good times and bad times after all. As long as it still generated profit, then everything was fine. With these 13 gold coins, he finally reached the 100 gold coins mark. He was just about to celebrate when he heard the bakery's doorbell rang. The store was supposed to close already. He turned around and saw a familiar face. It was Red Death from Death Associates. Jack stared at her in silence as she did the same. Amy, who was also in the room, felt that there was something between these two outworlders, so she also stayed silent. The silence was too long that Jack started to feel awkward. "Uhayuro, do you want to buy bread?" He finally broke the awkward atmosphere with an equally awkward question. She was still silent. "Sister, do you come here just to have a staring contest with me?" Jack complained in his mind. "Open your map." She finally broke her silence. "What for?" Jack asked, confused. "I will send you a coordinate. Come there tomorrow morning. We will decide who amongst us is the better fighter." "How do I know you are not going to set up a trap to gang up on me there?" Jack asked, yet he still opened up his map interface and received the coordinates. "If we do, are you afraid? Didn't we do that already at Crestfall Plain and you still came?" Red Death retorted. Jack shrugged. "I was forced to come. Somebody held my friends hostages, remember? By the way, now that you mentioned it, why didn't I see you during that battle there?" Red Death was back to her silent mode for a while before answering. "I was tied up with important matters at the time." "Oh, Hayuro, I guess I was not considered important enough then," Jack commented. "Enough with the crap? Are you going or not? Are you planning an ambush or not?" "No." "Okay. It's a date then," Jack said. "It's not a date. It's a duel," Red Death corrected. "I know, Ayuro, I was just teasing you. You don't need to explain, you know? Don't be late," she said, then turned around and walked out the door. "Such a no-nonsense woman," Jack commented in his heart. "Is she your friend?" Amy finally spoke. No. Jack shook his head. I should have scolded her then. I thought she is your friend. She was so rude. Coming in without knocking even though we are closed already. Well, you should have locked the door then, Jack said, then turned around. Oh, I'm beat. I will take an early rest. Need an early start tomorrow morning. The next morning, when he woke up, he was greeted by a system notification. Congratulations on reaching the age of 1 month. Receive skill. Limitless potential. Huh. He was still drowsy from waking up. He reactively opened up his stat window. There was a new category under inherent skill called race skill. There was one skill under this category. Limitless potential, level 1, passive skill. Health point plus 100, stamina/mana point plus 20. All attributes except luck plus 1, race skill. He asked absent-mindedly. It's a skill you get when you reach 1 month of age. You will get an upgrade to the skill or another skill altogether when you reach the 2nd month and so on. Penuel flew beside him and explained. Doesn't that mean every player gets them as well? What's the advantage then? Yes, for every human outworlder, they will be the same. Another thing, if you die, the age is set back to 0. You have to start all over again. Okay, Jack said offhandedly. He didn't give this race skill much thought. He had an appointment to keep this morning. At the appointed place. It was in the woods outside the capital, where warriors of solidarity had hunted Bowler and the man in the past. Inside these woods, there was a small clearing. Jack came out to this clearing to find out a small crowd there. He was rather startled to find this many people here. The last night he only had some message conversations with Flame, Bowler, and the man. He had asked them to keep it a secret. They had expressed their interest to come and watch, so it was normal to find them here. From Red Death's side, it was also normal to find Death Associates' big shots there, and also a few from the coalition guilds. He even saw some of the leaders who he had killed before. They were sporting him a rather hostile look. They were around level 7 to 10. He was rather surprised to find out about their levels. He had expected those guild leaders to be wearing Amulet of Rebirth. Guess they had never bothered to wear one considering they never expecting anyone to dare to kill them. He also saw Earmouth among them. The guy was a mage now. He had just managed to recently become one at level 20. Those folks were roughly the ones he had expected to see here. However, apart from them, there were also John, Silverwing and his team, William of Wellington and Radiant Phoebe from St. Edge together with several of their people. There were even the people from the Black Cloak Guild. Genie and his friends were also present, together with several other people who seemed to not associated with any of the guilds. Why did they all come here? For the guilds, only their highest executives were present, which was a good thing. Otherwise, the clearing would not have enough space to hold all the crowd. However, there was no telling that some of their members might be hiding within the woods, in case if something went wrong. You could never tell with these scheming people. The one he knew nodded to him when he approached. It seemed like he was the last to arrive. He came to his friend's side and his attention was taken by a small creature beside Fierce Flame. It looked like a cute small cub. What's that? A dog? Jack asked. It's my pet, and its kind is called Savage Wind Wolf, Flame answered. It is a variant from the Silver Wolf. I found it when I was raiding their nests looking for a suitable pet. Wow! So you managed to tame one? Jack knelt down to look at the wolf more closely. Is this monster strong? He asked Penuel in his mind. Penuel gave her answer. Your friend is pretty lucky to find this cub around here. Savage wind wolves rarely frequent this part. They are usually of special elite grade. Since your friend raises it from a cub, there is a chance that it can even grow into a rare elite grade. That does sound like a good one for a pet, Jack thought. The cub gave Jack a curious stare as well. Jack offered it his hand. He said, its name does sound imposing, but it doesn't look so dangerous. When Jack's hand got near, the cub's maw snapped open and tried to take a bite. Jack instantly retracted his hand. I take my words back, he said. Flame chuckled. It was still a youngling. Ain't you the one that said it will be better to raise them from the infant stage? I have been feeding it expensive pet foods. This growth was rather rapid. Perhaps in 1 week's time, it should reach its mature stage and I can bring it out for battle. Hope it grow into a strong wolf, Jack said as he stood up. He observed the crowd again and asked, "Where do all these people come from? Did the coalition invite them all?" Bowler made an awkward laugh. "Well, I sort of have some conversation with White Scarf's people last night." Jack lifted his eyebrow at him. He sort of understood what had happened here. The man came to him and said apologetically, "You see, boss, I also had talked a bit about this with John. We were hanging out at the tavern at the time. So, it kinda happened to John appeared behind them, with a not-so-apologetic expression. "Friend, I've brought along everyone to oversee this match, so you have nothing to worry about." "What do you mean?" Jack asked him. "You have to be vigilant about this. What if they try dirty tricks? What if they use numbers when they can't win? With these many people watching, they will not dare to cheat. I have invited St. Edge and White Scarf's Guild. Also the Black Cloak Guild. What about those independent players? Oh, I invited Jeannie as well since she seemed to be such a good friend with you. The others, we met them along the way when we were on our way into this woods. They were just curious about what we are doing. With so many famous guild members, I would say we were quite eye-catching. So I invited them along as well. I told them there will be a match between the famous Red Death against the Demon of Crestfall Plain. Weird thing was there were only a few of them initially, they seemed to have grown in numbers. Weird my ass. Of course it would grow if you told them like that. I bet they were calling their friends over even as we speak." "It does seem to be the case," John said innocently as he saw several more players emerged into the clearing. "You did this on purpose now, didn't you?" Jack said to him. "Friend, there are strengths in number. The coalition would not be able to do anything with these many spectators." Jack shook his head. The guy did not even bother to deny. There was no use complaining about things that had happened. He turned to Red Death and walked towards her. The crowd around had positioned themselves into a ring formation with an empty space in the middle. Jack stopped halfway through this empty space, while Jack appeared and had a chat with his friends. Red Death spoke to Scarface on her side without looking at him. "Remember what I said before. If you dare to interfere in any way in this match, I will not give you any face. Do you understand?" Instead of answering her question, Scarface said, "Is this match really necessary? It does not really profit the guild much. Many people are still skeptical that Stormwind is the demon of Crestfall Plain, or even such a demon exists. Even if you beat him, people will just consider the rumor as false. It does not really help with our reputation. On the other hand, if you lose, not only will it drag down our guild's reputation even more, it will also cause a severe setback on that quest. You know how important that quest is to our guild. We have no time for distractions." "Distraction? Like that fiasco you arranged at Crestfall Plain?" Scarface winced at her words. That operation was truly a massive failure. He was confident that their numbers at the time were more than enough to settle this small problem called Stormwind. How could he know that person to be so monstrous? If he had known, he would not have wasted his time and effort on it. He still shivered when he thought about the battle. "You were not there when it happened. If you know, you won't be requesting this match," Scarface said. They saw Jack came out to the center of the clearing at this time. "Whether I win or lose, this is for my own. I'm not doing this for the guild," Red Death said. Her hands were folded on her chest. She was still not looking over to Scarface when she talked. "And make no mistake, I'm still furious you have gone after him behind my back. I don't care for your reason. If you deny me this duel by interfering it in any way, or if any of your underlings did, I will say it again, I will not show you any mercy. Even if I am on the verge of dying, I will not, let me repeat again, I will not forgive anyone who interferes." Red Death then turned to Blackjack, who had come to this place together with Death Associates Group. "Watch him. Kill him if he did anything funny. And Blackjack, the same warning goes for you as well." With those warnings, she left them and moved towards Jack. The crowd, which was lively with their own talks a moment before suddenly turned quiet. "Quite a crowd, eh?" Jack tried to open a conversation. You are worried my guild use petty tricks. It is understandable. I don't mind, Red Death uttered. You have misunderstood. It really was not my intention for this many people to show up, Jack told her. How about this? Let's ditch these people and we go find someplace else where we can be alone. The others who heard his words were scratching their heads. Why did his talk sound more like two lovers on an interrupted date than two enemies who were about to have a death match? That is not necessary. Whether there are people watching or not, it does not matter to me. Red Death maintained her cold expression. What's important is that you take this seriously. Are you ready? She took out her weapons. It was twin large daggers. She held them one on each hand. The two daggers looked identical. Jack surmised they might be set weapons. In an RPG game, there were set equipment where if you equipped them together, it would give extra buff. Jack inspected her and found her to be at level 21 already. She was one level higher than him. As expected, slowly these true experts would surpass him in terms of level. His warrior class was close to level 21 as well. If he continued grinding or questing today, he should be able to become level 21 as well. Still, he did not know how long ago Red Death had achieved that level. He felt the urge to work harder. As the two got ready for the duel, the spectators had their own discussions. Who do you think will win? An independent player who just arrived after receiving the message of his friend asked. Is there any need to ask? For certain it's going to be Red Death, his friend answered. Really? But I heard this demon of Crestfall Plain is very strong. What demon? It is just propaganda created to undermine the Coalition Guild. It's a make-believe fairy tale, no such person exists. Only a 3-year-old will believe such nonsense. The guy was getting annoyed. Did his friend just call him a 3-year-old? I have a friend who went and fight with this demon of Crestfall Plain. He told me the rumor is real. The guy really is strong. And he also does possess both warriors and mage's skills. Is that friend of yours a well-known expert? No, a Euro. Then how can he judge how strong his opponent is? A strong person seen by rubbish will still be rubbish when said person met with a true expert. Are you calling my friend rubbish? Is he not? If he is rubbish, then you are more of rubbish. He is at least a better player than you. Are you looking for a fight? Come then. Do you think I'm afraid? Can you people please be quiet? A thunderous voice boomed out. The two squabbling players felt offended by the scolding and were about to scold back. But they stopped themselves when they saw who had scolded them. It was Goliath from Warriors of Solidarity. His name was enough to intimate these common players, not to mention his towering frame lording over these two players. You got a problem? He said to the two. No, a Euro, no, sir, a Euro, the two replied in unison. They were as docile as kittens. Then still your tongue, or I will cut them out for you. The two held their mouths with their two hands and nodded fiercely. Are you ready? Red Death asked Jack again. Is there any rule for this match? Jack asked back. Do you want it to have a rule? Red Death returned the question. Jack shrugged. I mean, was there supposed to be a restriction or something like that? For example, are we allowed to use magic scrolls or tools? Instead of Red Death, it was the leaders of the coalition who stood behind Red Death who answered, No, no tools. Red Death turned to look at them. Even Scarface had shouted out the objection just now. If those in attendance here were there during the Battle of Crestfall Plain, they would not think those coalition leaders' reactions to being exaggerated. After all, a large portion of the reasons that Jack had survived the battle with the coalition army was due to his usages of tools. After the coalition leaders regrouped, they had given their members priority in searching for information of where to acquire those disruptive bombs and the summoning tool that Jack had shown during the fight. But even till now, they still had no idea where to get those tools. Red Death had read the reports regarding the battle, so she somewhat understood their reactions. She turned back to Jack and said, No tools or magic scrolls. Okay, Jack said. Any other things to note? Can we use potions? What about time limit? Or condition for winning? No potions. No time limit. We fight until one of us died, she replied. Does it have to be that excessive? Jack said. I heard you killed every player that had come to challenge you. Was that excessive? Well, Euro, I guess you got me there. Let's start then. Oh wait, your members behind there won't interfere, right? They won't, Red Death said. Don't worry, we will be the referee. Kill Order from Black Cloak exclaimed. If anyone interfering the match, we will deal with them. Since Black Cloak had stayed neutral all this time, everyone agreed that they had the qualification to be the overseer of this match. Red Death did not comment. Jack nodded to them and said, "We will trouble you then." Kill Order then yelled out, "All right, everybody, step back and give them more space." Everyone had spared the central part of the clearing devoid, but they still stepped back several steps after Kill Order's words, giving the two in the middle of the clearing more space. After everyone moved back, Kill Order lifted his hand. On my mark, Euro, begin. Once Kill Order declared the start of the match, Stormbreaker and Red Dawn staff appeared on Jack's right and left hand respectively. He swiftly pointed his magic staff forward, ready to cast Mana Bullet, but was startled to find a dagger was flying at him. Rather than shooting Mana Bullet, his staff generated a magic shield instead. The dagger hit the shield with a clang. Red Death had also read the reports about Jack's dual class. Though it was hard to believe, she knew there was no reason for her guildmates to falsify the reports. Hence, she had treated Jack as any other magic user. She used her weapon throw skill to disrupt him from casting a spell. At the same time, she rushed towards Jack. The dagger that she had thrown magically reappeared on her hand. She was fast, Jack exclaimed in his mind. Red Death had appeared before him once he deflected her dagger. For a level 21 rogue, her dexterity stat was still higher than Jack despite Jack's combined dexterity from warrior and mage class, because rogue received a rise of 5 dexterity for every increase in level, and she was like Jack, who had managed to directly change to the advanced class when he was level 15. Unlike other average players who had made the change at later levels. Red Death's dagger shot out with extreme speed, a combination of her already high dexterity added with her swift stab skill. The dagger plunged into Jack's belly. Yet, Red Death frowned. She did not feel any resistance to the successful hit. She then recalled another report regarding the Crestfall Plain battle. She executed roll without hesitation as a swing swept from behind her. Jack had used Flash Step to move instantly to her back before her dagger struck him. Jack was impressed by her reaction. He lifted his magic staff, attempting to use range attack again, but he suddenly saw Red Death stopped her roll midway and jumped back at him. She had cancelled her skill once she was out of danger. She did not want the skill to take her far away as Jack had more options in fighting from long range compared to her. Thus, she needed to keep him nearby. For the second time, Jack adjusted again from intending to use long-range spells, back to using Magic Shield instead. The dagger struck the shield, but Red Death held 2 daggers, the other dagger coming at Jack from a different angle. Jack parried the other dagger with his sword. Before he could feel safe, another stab came again. Jack was forced to block again with his shield. It went on repeatedly that way. Each stab was trickier than the last, forcing Jack to continue to backstep in order to give him more room to cope with the repeated attacks. Red Death did not relent. Her hands were a blur as she continued to attack. Jack had even activated Adrenaline Rush, which increased his arm speed, but all he could do was using that speed to defend instead. He was not given the chance to attack. Jack decided to brute force his way. He deactivated Magic Shield and started casting a spell as he defended against Red Death's flurry of attacks. He suffered a few stabs due to that. Each normal stab gave him around 70 damage, which was a lot more compared to when he received damage from the average rogues during the previous battle with the Coalition. Apart from her weapons being special set weapons, she must have increased their levels to the maximum as well. Fortunately, a dagger did not carry as much damage as the other weapons, and Red Death herself did not invest any point into strength stat. Added with Jack's superb defense, her damage, although was higher than average rogues, it was still not too dangerous for him. Still, continuing to get stabbed would chip away his health to a dangerous level. Red Death had known about Jack's superior defense. Hence, she was not flustered by how little Jack's health point went down from her attacks. She maintained her aggressive style. But she soon noticed a rune was forming at the tip of Jack's magic staff. She hastily did several backflips before the rune formation was formed. The ice ring spell exploded out, but she managed to jump out of the danger zone right as the blue color ring came sweeping through. Jack did not feel discouraged for not hitting his target. It had still managed to create a distance between him and that woman. For the third time, he aimed his magic staff at her. This time, his mana bullet shot out. He followed by casting energy bolts and continued shooting with standard range attacks after. When Red Death saw the mana bullet coming, her feet were enveloped by a spinning green aura. She dashed forward, receiving the mana bullet instead of running away. When the spell almost hit her, her body ducked down and it passed by above. She then made slashes at the incoming energy bolts while continuing to dash forward. She cut at the energy bolts which chased after her and sidestepped from the standard range attacks while continued to approach Jack. There was no wasted movement in her advance. Jack was utterly impressed. The precision of movement that woman was displaying was certainly profound. He knew that green aura enveloping her feet was from Rogue's level 20 skill, Light Foot. It increased the rogue's movement speed. However, only an expert like Red Death would use this skill to barge through a rain of spells like that. He had asked Penuel about Rogue's skill the night before, hence he was aware of the ability Red Death had just used. Penuel warned him, though, to not assume his opponent only having standard skills. If Red Death was as expertly as the folks said her to be, then she must certainly have gained other exclusive skills as well, the same as him who possessed many non-standard special skills. Jack was also fully aware of this point, and it was at this time when Red Death arrived at a distance about 3 meters away from Jack, that she used one such skill. Her body split up into 3. All 3 images rushed at Jack, all with the buff from Lightfoot. Jack could not afford to underestimate her. He had a feeling these images were not illusory like the one produced by his body double skill. He felt danger from all the 3 figures coming at him. He used Magic Shield again and then activated Dragon's Eye. Red Death's movement slowed down to a crawl. He could see her attacks clearly. Yet his own movement was also at a snail speed, while 3 figures of Red Death attacks came at almost the same time. Not to mention Red Death used 2 daggers for the attack, so it was like he was facing attacks from 6 directions at the same time. Even when he could see all the attacks clearly, he still had trouble defending all of them. He was again forced to take a few steps back to reduce the pressure. He even combined his blocking and dodging maneuvers with flash steps. He still barely managed to defend himself from all attacks. If he did activate Dragon's Eye, many of the stabs from those 3 figures would have landed on him. This skill that Red Death performed was truly an excellent one. Yet, the skill was not too overwhelming. After all, it was only at the level of advanced skill. At this stage, none of them could use any elite skill yet except via Magic Scroll. Red Death's 3 images appeared to only move in an adjacent position from her real body. They could not split out like his body double skill, hence their assaults always came from his front. In addition to that, its activation time was brief. Her skill expires and her extra copies disappeared after only 5 seconds had passed. Jack breathed a relieved sigh. He had suffered a few more stabs again just now, even with the help of Dragon's Eye. But before he could carry out a counterattack, Red Death vanished from in front of him. He was taken by surprise for her sudden disappearance. He quickly glanced at his radar and found a red dot right behind him. Red Death had used another unknown skill again. Despite him knowing that she had come up behind him, he knew he could not escape from her quick backstabbing. He resolved to lose some health as he swung his sword at his back, showing her the meaning of an eye for an eye. Jack's sword came at her at a slightly lower angle. Jack knew if he just simply swung it at his normal hand elevation, she could easily duck from the slash. With a lower angle, she either had to let go of her backstabbing or accept to sacrifice receiving a hit as well. Red Death was resolved to proceed with her attack. Her dagger went right into Jack's back, delivering critical damage. Her critical damage was higher than normal due to Rogue's backstab skill. Even with Jack's massive health point pool, his health had still gone down to a little below half already after that last stab. Even as she plunged her dagger onto Jack's back, her eyes never left Jack's incoming sword. Her other hand shot out and stabbed at the black longsword. Her stab was counted as an attack, not a parry. Hence, her damage mitigated some of Jack's damage. But she still suffered almost half of the damage if the slash had hit normally, since her damage was nowhere near Jack's damage output. Jack did not use Power Strike, hence she was not thrown away. She was a bit puzzled by why he did not use that skill. Then her attention was caught by the spell formation on the tip of Jack's magic staff. There were 3 runes on it, and it was almost at completion. The spell formation had started when Jack's dragon eye was still in effect, hence it was formed rapidly. But the skill expired after 2 runes were completed. The last rune was formed with normal speed. Still, it was a bit late for Red Death to put a distance from him. Red Death recognized the spell formation though, as he had seen Scarface performed it as well. It was Mage's standard spell that was acquired when they reached level 20. The Arcane Turbulence spell. The spell created a circular area on the ground. Her position was very close to Jack, so he would have to place the area of effect just a little bit away in order for the spell to not hit him as well. In other words, she would be at the edge of the area of effect. If she paid attention to the spell's starting animation before it took effect, she would be able to escape from it entirely. So she focused her attention on the ground beneath her. As expected, before long, the ground shone brightly. However, unexpectedly, she and Jack himself were right in the middle of the spell area. Jack had chosen to sacrifice himself just so that she had no chance to dodge this spell. While she was still dumbstruck by Jack's recklessness, the spell took effect. The area flared and torrents of energy swirled within it, damaging the 2 players and causing disoriented effect on them. Red Death's light foot skill had expired, combined with the disoriented which slowed her movement. She was having trouble trying to escape from the Arcane Turbulence spell area. Jack did not let her go. He dogged her while at the same time suffering from his own spell's damage. Jack's speed had originally been less than Red Death's. So when both of them were afflicted by the disoriented status, the difference between their speed stayed the same. Red Death slowly put more distance from Jack. With great difficulty, she finally managed to break out from Arcane Turbulence's area of effect. At that time, she was 3 meters away from Jack. When she thought she was finally free, Jack swung her blade as a crescent light shot out. Sword of Light. Red Death had seen his hand movement before it swung. She had also seen the execution of this skill when Jack killed Warpath in the past. Thus she could predict the Sword of Light's trajectory and made an appropriate evasive move. The crescent light passed by her as she jumped to the side. But before she could heave a sigh of relief, Jack suddenly appeared before her using Flash Step. Jack's Flesh Step was at level 3 and could cover a distance of 2.5 meters. The instant movement caught her by surprise while she was still in the air. Jack kicked at her airborne legs and caused her body to flip. He then slashed at her while she fell. She was helpless as she was in the air. She had no foothold to perform a dodge. Jack had prepared to make a rapid second slash in case his slash swerved away from its target due to the disoriented status, but luckily his slash hit. Red Death was already wounded from Jack's spell, and this slash further brought her health point to a critical. She would not survive another hit. Jack pointed the tip of his sword right at her neck once her back hit the ground. She was pinned down. If she forced herself up, the sword would graze her and took her life. "What's the meaning of this?" she asked. "It means I win," Jack replied with a smile. "Didn't we agree that we fight until one of us perish?" "You said that. I never agree to the rule. Of course, if you are so intent on dying, you can choose to be stubborn and force yourself up." Red Death was silent for a while as her gaze stayed on Jack. "Fine, I lost," she finally said. "But you will regret letting me live. Perhaps. We will see about that." Jack removed his sword from her neck and stepped back. She pushed herself up as she took out a recovery potion to replenish her critical health point. Jack did the same. "Don't expect me to feel indebted to you for this. I will still kill you in the future," she said before turning away. "You are welcome to try," Jack said as he watched her departing back. He then walked back to where his friends were. The leaders of the coalition did not find the result too surprising, as they had tasted Jack's fearsomeness for themselves. White Scarfs and Saint Edge groups were slightly solemn. They had known a bit about Jack's prowess, but they had not directly witnessed Jack's battle with the coalition. They were still reserved about their predictions on this match when it started. The independent players who did not know Jack, on the other hand, were completely blown away. They could not understand how this unknown player could defeat Death Associates' well-known expert. Even Jeannie herself was slightly taken aback by Jack's display of prowess. The fight had only lasted for a short time, but it had been intense. The two challengers had both displayed unknown skills with profound executions. "I didn't know your friend to be so impressive," Viral Cora said to her. When Jack arrived at where his friends were, the man exclaimed, "That was awesome, boss." Bowler, on the contrary, was expressing a rather sulky face. "Someone dies when I was away?" Jack asked him after seeing his face. "I don't understand why you let her live. She will surely be a problem in the future," he expressed his opinion. "Oh, so that's what you are brooding about," Jack said. "Don't worry. I will deal with her again if she causes trouble. I still think it is unwise. You should have pulled out the roots when you have the chance, lest the weeds will come back again." "Crap. I was expecting this from John. Are you trying to act smart?" Jack said to Bowler. John joined in when he heard his name was mentioned. "Indeed, coming from you, it does sound a bit second-rate." "Go fuck yourself," Bowler said to him. John acted like he did not hear him. He was speaking to Jack already. Retard as he is, he still spoke some sense. "You should have just eliminated her when you have the chance. You have always killed the other challengers. Why show mercy this time?" The man was holding Bowler, who was trying to lunge at John. Jack pondered John's question for a bit before answering. "Well, I guess I never really bothered about the other challengers, since they were too weak. I simply kill them since I thought it won't make any difference. They will still be weak even if I let them go, so it is the same if I just kill them. While for her, I think you have mistaken my letting her go as a show of mercy. I just felt pity if a player as strong as her is killed and her growth is slowed due to it. I might not be able to enjoy another exciting fight like just now." Bowler immediately gave his response. "Are you for real, bro? It is precisely because she is powerful that you should have killed her, in order to remove a future thorn. People might see you as weak for letting her go. In my opinion, not letting her go instead is the act of a weak person," Jack exclaimed. "Only a weak person will try to remove all the difficulties just to pave an easy path forward. I'm not afraid of those that I have beaten to become a threat to me in the future." "You don't? I clearly remember the story about you killing Warpath," John said. "Ain't that you removing a future threat? Firstly, that guy was super annoying. He kept on insulting me for no particular reason as if he was the best player in the world. Secondly, I do admit I was still not particularly confident at that time. We have just arrived in this world not long. All of us were still learning the ropes. Hell, we still are now. But at least now I have a better idea of how to keep on improving in this world." "So you are saying you are pretty confident now?" John asked. "Hell yeah, I am," Jack declared strongly. "I feel like I am back to my old self." "Who is your old self? What is your nick in past gaming?" "Who I am in the past is not important," Jack avoided the question. "What about Scarface then?" Bowler said. "You seem to be very keen on killing him the last time you fought with him." "Dude, that was a battle. This is a duel. Big difference. We fought fair and square here. So you are just gonna let her or other experts throw you another challenge next time? A strong person will not be afraid of challenges. If she dares to challenge me again, I will accept her challenge anytime and I will whoop her ass again. Only cowards fear the losers for overtaking them in the future. I am confident that I will stay ahead of her even in the future. I will pull even further ahead and what's wrong with your eyes?" Bowler slumped down his shoulders. He had been trying to give Jack a signal using his eyes. He said with a helpless expression, "Bro, she is still there." Jack turned around and saw Red Death, who was glaring at him. "Oops," he said. "I'm sorry. I thought you have left. Please don't mind what I've said just now. It was the heat of the moment." Bowler facepalmed. Were those words supposed to make her feel any better? Red Death did not respond. She looked away and really left this time. The coalition people followed her and left as well. Shimajuro, was she angry? Jack wondered. The coalition leaders were silent as they left the clearing. When they entered the woods, some players came out of hiding from behind the trees to meet them. The ones leading them were Big Arm and Stonecleave. Warpath was also amongst the hiding troops. He had deliberately taken the position close to the dueling ground, allowing him to watch the duel. He was especially irked to see Jack took down Red Death using a finishing move exactly the same as when Jack took him down. The difference was Jack didn't slay her. Should we mount an attack? Big Arm asked. No, there were too many people there. White Scarfs and St. Edge might have people in hiding too. Scarface told them. You are still scheming behind my back, Red Death said. It was only a precautionary measure, Scarface replied. I let you have your duel. However, I never say I would let go of a chance to take him down after the duel if an opportunity arises. You should be familiar with our way. We strike when our enemies show weakness. Humph. I did not say I disapprove, Red Death uttered. She was quiet for a while before saying, You could see from our fight just now. At first, we thought he was simply a lucky player who encountered special items that gave him high attributes ahead of others, but it is obvious now he was not an amateur player. Yes, I have caught glimpses of it during our battle with him at Crestfall Plain, Scarface agreed. But it was after witnessing this duel that I truly realized his capability. It will become more difficult to deal with him in the future. What are you two talking about? Earmouth, who walked behind them, butted in. It was clear that he only had the advantage due to his dual class. He was not any better than an average player without it. Take for example the duel just now. If it was me, I would have used Barrier first before casting Arcane Turbulence. That way, even if I hit my own self with that spell, I will not lose any health point. Red Death gave him a short, disparaging glance before uttering, Imbecile. Then she walked away. Earmouth felt wronged by the treatment. He said, Wayuro, what is the matter with her? I know she had just lost the duel, but does she have to put that Stormwind guy so high on a pedestal? Does she feel better if she imagines the one who defeated her is someone special? It is you who don't understand, Scarface reprimanded him. What do you mean? Earmouth still did not understand why these two leaders gave Jack so high of an opinion. If we take an example by doing what you have described just now, she would have lasted a bit longer in the fight. I don't understand, Earmouth said. Scarface sighed. If Stormwind had cast Barrier first, Red Death would have been aware of his intention the moment she saw the spell formation of Arcane Turbulence. Then she would have used all her might to put in more distance. The reason why she had decided to stay close to Stormwind was the fact that she never thought for a second that Stormwind would cast the offensive spell on himself. After all, when have you ever seen Magic class players throw offensive spells onto themselves? Unless, of course, if the game system does not allow friendly fire, which is not the case in this world. Because of this, in her opinion, the safest place will be at Stormwind's side. Even if he casts the spell close to him with the intention of hitting her, she will be at the periphery of the area of effect, thus allowing an easy escape from the blast area. And it was due to this kind of thinking that she had been tricked into getting hit by the spell. Theta Euro, that should just have been a coincidence. I don't think he had planned all that through. Earmouth was still unwilling to accept Jack's superiority. Oh, in fact, that is precisely why Red Death and I considered him to be much more of a menace now, Scarface said. Why? Earmouth was getting more confused by that statement. Not considering their martial expertise, there are two types of experts in gaming, or you can say, two types of experts as a combatant, Scarface explained. One is my type, who use careful planning. We use our smartness to plan out our victory. We can think of linking a series of combos and positionings to exhaust our foes to oblivion. However, all of us brainy type have one weakness though. When our careful plans are somehow disrupted, we will have that brief moment of vulnerability that our foes can exploit. The other type, on the other hand, does not have such weakness. Are you saying Stormwind is one such type? Earmouth asked. After witnessing his battles several times, I am sure of it. Scarface nodded. What type of expert is him then? Earmouth asked. but his tone still carried disagreement with Scarface's explanation. Us brainy type process information through our brains and then plot out an appropriate response based on our analysis. But during a heated and fast-paced combat situation, it is impossible to analyze everything, unless we have the ability to slow everything down and thought things through at our own pace. Otherwise, we would most likely commit mistakes half of the time. The other expert type did not rely on this brainy process. Instead, they relied on instinct. Instinct. Precisely. This kind of expert, even though they will more likely to make mistakes compared to us brainy type. They can quickly rectify their mistakes with appropriate actions as if they had planned it beforehand. And their responses are also faster, since they do not have the tendency to think things through most of the time. They might appear sloppy and unsophisticated at first, but they performed best during critical situations. They practically shine under pressure. They are the kind that is the most troublesome to deal with, as they have no fixed combat pattern. They are like water which shape themselves according to situations. This kind of expert is rare though. It needs tremendous experience and a long period of time to develop this kind of instinct, so I don't believe he became one overnight. I suspect he was a veteran expert in past games who is now using a different alias. Really? Who can he be? I don't know. Most probably he was one of those unaffiliated independent experts which we have little knowledge of. But one thing is for sure, this kind of instinct-type expert, the more skills or spells they possessed, the more deadly they become. Because his instinct will allow him to pick the most suitable skill or spell for a particular situation without having to go through the clutter of overthinking his every move. And the fact that he has 2 classes means that he can acquire twice as many skills compared to regular players. That's why Red Death and I are worried about our prospect of going against him in the future, as he will only become even stronger than he already is. Jack, who was the subject of their discussion, was oblivious of their talks. His friends had invited him to the tavern to celebrate, but he turned them down. He had the feeling of getting left behind after seeing Red Death's level 21. He had to work harder. He did not want to waste his time on a meaningless celebration. In fact, he did not think there was anything to celebrate. It was just another challenge. Though Red Death was significantly better than his other challengers, he did not exactly feel threatened during the entire ordeal. Red Death had managed to take out half of his health point because she had managed to take the initiative and put him in a passive state. Jack realized he might be a bit too overconfident to end up that way. Still, he had not completely gone all out as well. After all, he had not used his life-burning art nor his weapons over limit. Heck, he had not even used a single power strike during the fight even when he had the chance to, simply because he was not trying to slay her. Thus, Jack spent his remaining day doing hunting quests and monster grinding for experience. He continued to rack up on his hunter points, experiences, and souls. With the aid from his hardworking achiever title, the rate by which his experience bar filled up had increased. Soon his warrior class reached level 21, catching up to Red Death. His total health point broke over 3 digits and was now at 1,010 points. He completed all his hunting quests, but he continued to travel further as he looked for stronger monsters. His God-Eye monocle let him know when there were entities that were too strong for him, as it was marked with a darker red on his radar. He saw again another land behemoth during his travel, one which was slightly bigger than the one he last saw. Despite the bigger size, it was still considered as a young version according to Penuel. He also saw another of the stronger monster, a flying one. It looked like a wyvern in golden color. The creature was flying high in the air. He doubted that it would see him on the ground, but he still dropped down to the ground and stayed still until it flew past. He arrived in an area filled with monsters which were averagely at level 25 when the sun was low on the horizon. He decided to continue his monster grinding at that place for a bit more. The majority of the monsters that populated that part were earth salamanders, a creature that resembled an overgrown lizard. Its body was covered by thick hard scales of yellow color. Could spit out acid breath from its body. The damage from this acid breath was not high, but it ate on equipment's durability fiercely. Once Jack found out about the peculiarity of this attack, he gave maximum effort in dodging each of these acid breaths. The earth salamander itself was not too dangerous. It had high defense and health point, but it was slow and its attack pattern was limited due to its short limbs and toothless mouth. Apart from the acid breath and its tail swipe, it did not present much of a threat. One particular thing he noted about this area was there were more presences of elite monsters, something that was pretty rare in the lower level area. He was happy though with the existence of those elite earth salamander. He could acquire better loots, more EXP, and more souls from them. He also gained several mana cores from the monsters drops, the ones that Penuel said would drop from monsters starting from level 25 and above. He collected 12 of these mana cores from multiple monsters, bringing the number of mana cores he possessed to 22. He still had no idea what these mana cores were for, so he just chucked them all into his inventory.